Welcome to another interview episode of the Video Game Newsroom Time Machine. In the earliest days of the gaming biz, human-engineered software was a trailblazer, bringing big names like Jeff Minter to the U.S. The company's founder, Jay Balakrishnan, is a serial entrepreneur who not only would help create the mass market for software at retail, but would also have a long and storied career in games beyond HESWare with such companies as Radical Entertainment and Dynamix. I spoke to Jay in November and December of 2023, and after a few technical hiccups, we finally got a connection going, and we jump right into that today. So don't worry that I don't start things off with my traditional chronology-obsessed focus. We'll wrap around and cover the whole story as we go along. Enjoy. In around 82, as far as my information is concerned, as far as my research could go, that's when HESWare does its first licensing of arcade games. And correct me if there's something before that. It seems to be The Pit is the first one, which is sort of this side game where you're digging into the ground and having to grab some stuff out. I don't know if you remember the game at all, but I'm very curious as to what was your approach when licensing existing games, especially arcade games, for porting to home computers?
Okay, well, to give you the thorough answer, we briefly already talked about Günter Kohl, and he's a German guy that I licensed a number, I forget exactly, but maybe 6 or 8 games on the VIC-20 that were written in BASIC. So now answering your question and moving forward in chronology. So he was definitely the first one. And I already told you I went and researched how to do contracts, and I found an aptitude for that, and that went forward. Then the very next licensing obviously is a broad, not to talk about a big company, but just anybody that we licensed it was. The second one was the Jeff Minter. That's the one where in the spring of 82, after I had sold my company and it became a division of a larger company, USI, we talked about. At one point, I decided to go to England and see what was up there, because the magazines were talking like there was a very active home computer scene. They had the BBC, Atom, and a bunch of other homegrown, the Spectrum, and so on, that were homegrown in the UK. So I got on a plane and went to a computer show in Hammersmith and wandered around, and then, one second, and then came upon this program, which was written in for the VIC-20 at that time, and it was stunning. It blew my, whatever they say, blew my mind. I hadn't seen anything like that. And that was, of course, Jeff Minter. He had just left high school. He was maybe 19 or so. And I liked it, and we started talking, and he liked me, and I liked him. Next thing, he said, "Oh, come on down to my house. You got to meet my mom and dad. They're like his agents, And so anyway, we had the usual tea and British hospitality, and after a while I had come prepared, and they were agreeable, and so I had in my briefcase a contract which they looked over and they signed. So that happened. That was the second licensing I did with Jeff Minter, and just very briefly, it was a contract. I don't remember the exact, it was probably for a year, in which we had the rights to all of his games as first right of refusal. So if he created a new game, he would send it to us, and we would have the right to look at it. And if we wanted to, on pre-negotiated conditions, we would accept that game and begin to market it. And if we said no, then he could do whatever he wanted to. And he did. That's the first right of refusal clause. And so he was cranking out games like very frequently. I don't want to be wrong about, but I'd say definitely every few months there was Hover Bubber and just all kinds of. He had a fertile mind and fantastic machine language programmer. He didn't even write in assembler or a high level language. It was all to the machine. So that really means he thinks and calculates in hexadecimal. Okay, hardcore computer 6502 geek. So that was the second one, and then that began to lead to a number of other opportunities to license various other games in not in exact precise order, but in Germany there was a company called Databecker, which was I met the founder's son, Achim Becker, and Otto Becker. It might still be around, but back in those days in '83, Otto Becker was, I was told anyway, it was the largest car dealership in all of Europe, and they were selling Lamborghinis. And this guy Achim Becker, which was the founder's son, was telling me all the fun stories about him going down the Autobahn at like 180 miles an hour in his Lamborghini to Italy or some ridiculous stories. Anyway, so we licensed a game called not a game, but a music product. It was called Synthesound. This was on the 64. It had the SID chip, SID chip, for making sound. And as far as I know, it was the first music synthesizer for the Commodore 64. And instead of a piano keyboard, you, of course, had to use your typing keyboard, the QWERTY keyboard. And it was quite good. And we did well with that. And we licensed some other products. I think a kind of compiler and some other products. So that was another case in Germany where we licensed products. There were a few other people and companies that I licensed in the UK, Britain specifically, but none of them amounted to the level of success, or I would say brilliance, that Jeff Minter's game had. Then in addition, we also licensed a number. I at one point went to Japan and met with the heads of pretty much every arcade game in Japan, like Taito, the Pac-Man was Namco, Mr. Nakamura, and so on. And so we had some moderate success licensing games, including one called Rootin' Tootin' and a bunch of other ones from several different arcade companies in Japan. In other words, we would get the right to have that name, and we would convert an arcade game into a C64 game.
Now,
let me think of some other.
If I can interrupt for just a second, because I can understand the whole mechanics of, somebody's already written a game for the home computer. Now you're just going to be publishing it, but you're going to be publishing it. When you're buying the rights to these arcade games, what does the internal process for HESWare now look like? Do you have anybody on staff? Are you trying to program this stuff yourself? What's the process of getting that license turned into a home computer software?
Okay, very, very good question. Again, these are all very kind of pregnant questions that give me some space to answer them within. So there's basically two questions I will answer. One, we could say the early HESWare days and tying into what you were saying about the process. So from 1978 and 79 and half of 80, as I mentioned, I was writing various Commodore PET programs, just me, and doing it in an amateurish part-time way. I worked at GTE on the mainframe computers as my main daytime job, and part-time at home I'd stay up and program these things. Then I mentioned that in June of 1980, I registered the company and began a part-time operation, again, all by myself, out of my apartment for about a year and a quarter, until October of 1981, when I had to make a decision to go full-time and quit my job full-time job or not. And I mentioned that I did just that. In October, I went full-time and quit my Hughes helicopter job. So from 81 to late March of 82, that's about 6 months, I'm working full-time on HESWare by myself, obviously doing everything, programming, you name it. Then I told you about this incident and that I accepted the offer that was made to me to sell HESWare and become part of a bigger operation. And that operation literally started on April 1st, 1982. And so immediately I had access to some more capital and management experience. So I staffed up to, I would say, about maybe 10 or 12 people in some of the offices of USI in South San Francisco, Brisbane, California. So those people were hired then to do some of these conversions. Jeff Minter sent us what we could say cartridge-ready code. It would be on an EEPROM, electrically programmable read-only memory. It would come to us in a little form like that on a chip, and then we would just burn them onto cartridges, and they were ready to go. But these other licensing deals, like specifically, let's say you wanted to know the process. So if we licensed an arcade game, obviously it's in some microprocessor that they use on the arcade. I don't know what those were in those days, but it comes to us and we need to put it out onto, by the time I'm talking about by 83, it's kind of Commodore 64. The VIC-20 is not dead, but it's beginning to fade. So I would then get whatever assets they may have, which was usually not much, but certainly the artwork might help. And then somebody would be beavering away, converting this into probably, there's a good chance it was probably basic because it ran fast enough. But if it was really a very high profile and very, what's the right word, intricate and complicated game, it might have to be written in assembler. And at that time, by the way, we had all the tools we were selling. I was selling my own that very first product that got Human Engineered Software started, my HESBall and HESEdit. They were being sold on the Commodore VIC-20, and then when the C64, that came along. And then there was a cartridge on the C64, which was very popular, called HESMON, written by a guy in Berkeley. And it was like you'd call it, if you're a programmer, you'd call it like an interactive debugger. You could, you could debug with it. So we had all the tools to develop because we were like Microsoft. Remember, at this time, there's no Microsoft in the home computer. Not even Microsoft. All they're doing is selling pretty much high-end business software and especially languages on the PC and Apple. They were not in the Commodore. That's why when we get to late 83, we can talk about Microsoft, in fact, made an investment of $1.5 million to get into the home computer. And I have a news release from Microsoft saying we are investing in HESWare because we want to get into the home market. So we were kind of like on the Commodore, like the Microsoft. What I mean by that is we were creating all the tools and creating everything. And in fact, we even, after the investment, I even licensed from, let's see, what was his name? His sidekick, Bill Gates' sidekick there. Anyway, his name is not coming to me at this moment, but I licensed what was called Multiplan. Everybody's probably heard of Microsoft Excel, but before that, their spreadsheet was called Multiplan, and we licensed that and sold the Commodore 64 version of the original PC product for them, and that's how we got started. And then we had a schism when they would not license Microsoft Flight Simulator, but that's definitely a story full of intrigue if you're interested in that. So to recap,
it's on my list. Don't worry, we're getting to it.
Okay. Yeah, that one ends up when we, the king of Commodore gaming, and Microsoft having zero. The only game they had on the planet at that time was this Microsoft Flight Simulator. And it was Art Brucewick at his company there, that Sublogic it was called, that created the world's first flight simulator on the Apple II, actually. And then eventually it found, the PC version found its way to Microsoft. Anyway, so that we'll keep that in the wings, as you say, at the appropriate time. So let me make sure that I covered. So in recapping the licensing, we did quite a number of other ones. I also did licensing of some personnel. I told you I licensed Leonard Nimoy as our HESWare spokesperson. I also did a licensing deal with NASA, and we were able to use their logo and assistance for a C64 game called Space Station, Project Space Station. I licensed, at that time he was well known, a billiard player, a pool player, was at that time pretty much considered the king of billiards. His name was Minnesota Fats. They did Paul Newman did a movie about him, and he was doing these amazing trick shots. So we had Minnesota Fats' pool challenge, a whole bunch of these. We licensed the company to create a whole bunch of educational, what was called edutainment, and we were at the forefront of edutainment, educational entertainment, and we had games like about physics and genetics and things like that. Quite a lot of licensing deal. I was quite busy flying around and talking to some celebrities, as well as licensing. We licensed the game from, believe it or not, Paul McCartney of the Beatles on his movie that was called Give My Regards to Broad Street. We could make a game out of that. Unfortunately, his movie, great songs. It had some really great songs because he's a musician, but the movie sucked and it didn't do very well. And so I went and met him for a few hours in London, and we talked a little bit about game design. But since the movie didn't do well, the deal didn't go forward. Like that, there's a whole bunch of other licensing deals. And the process, by and large, is that we would license them and convert them and sell them usually, or at least most commonly, in North America, and then quite often as well the whole world, including Europe. But if it was a European company, they would want to keep the rights to their program in the UK and Germany.
Gotcha. Now, there's a couple of things I do need to catch up on in all of that. You mentioned that at the VIC-20 market, at the time you started doing the licensing, the VIC-20 market was already on the downslide. And HESWare was a very, very early producer of programs for the Commodore 64, already in 82. What was your assessment of the time of those two markets, and especially the two formats that were predominant? So cartridges were possible on both systems, but was there a conscious decision to focus on disk software for the C64? How much did you do in cartridge on the C64, if at all? And what was the internal discussion, or what was the planning around the format for the software releases?
Okay, very good. Again, some very pithy questions here. I made some notes, and let me get into a few of the details and then connect them all into one picture. Okay, so the best thing is probably to do it chronologically. So I told you that when the VIC, the Commodore was making the Commodore PET. And that was a black and white self-contained computer with its own monitor and so on. Then the VIC-20 came out, and I bought it the very first day it was available at retail. And I loved it because it had color. And I began to write some programs for people that were at the very, very beginning, the purchasers of the VIC-20 were by and large the hobbyists that were already loving the Commodore PET, like me. And so we would write hobbyist types, and I converted all my assembler and edit. And Gunther Koh I met in Germany and licensed some deals. His games started to be very simple, but hey, the marketplace was a vacuum. There was nothing there. So pretty much anything that was decent and not too buggy would pretty much sell. So little by little, I'm getting into the VIC-20, and we're all beginning to segue out of the PET because that's into the VIC-20 because that's where Commodore is focusing. Better technology. It was what the heck was it? It was either $299 or $399. So the prices are coming down, and the Commodore is going from a PET is going from a like kind of a hardcore hobbyist, and the VIC-20 began to be presented and marketed and advertised on TV and press and whatnot. So they began to segue into a broader market because the broader market was itself beginning to happen there with various other companies as well. Not to get too distracted, but Magnavox and Time, a lot of Odyssey, and there was many other consoles and computers coming onto the scene. So that lasted for approximately about a year, and then we're doing very well. And then the deals that I do with Jeff Minter, all of his games, the first game, Aggressor, was all on the VIC-20, not on the Commodore PET. So the VIC-20 had continued to rise and had a peak. And then let me tell you a story of on segueing into the C64. I don't remember the exact date, but I would have to. Obviously, it's a historical fact, but I want to say it was somewhere around the late 82, like maybe fall of 82. Remember that the company that I sold it to, USI, was at that time making an essential part of the computer system of the VIC-20 was called the NTSC RF modulator. It's what hooked up the VIC-20 to your own television, and it sent out a video signal, and then you would see what was there on your own television. USI made that in Taiwan and sold that, subcontracted it to Commodore. So I knew that my boss, Paul Jane, was the one that had the excellent relationships with what was his name? Not Sig Hartman. Before him, Jack Tramiel was he was a survivor, I understand, of the Holocaust, and he's the original founder of Commodore, which originally started off making calculating machines after World War II, and then almost like IBM as well, got into computers with the Commodore PET, and so on. So Paul Jane at USI, the president, he had good relationship with Commodore. So for about a year or so, VIC-20 is doing very well, and then late fall or so, maybe September, October, I believe, something like that, of 82. One day, out of the blue, Paul Jane tells me, Jay, we are going to be getting a prototype of a computer Commodore is calling the C64 because it had 64K of memory. And it's going to be sent to us, and we'll have it for about a week. And it's coming to us so we can make final tests with our RF modulator. So USI was making the RF modulator now for the C64 as well. And just before the C64 is introduced and begin shipping, this thing is the first Commodore 64 ever sent out of the headquarters of Commodore in King of Prussia in Pennsylvania, right? So this is just like a gift from the gods. How you can't plan this. And so we had at the HESWare, we had for about 1 week the world's first prototype Commodore 64. And there was specifically, I had a programmer called Alek Dibchenko. So USI did a little bit of testing on their RF modulator, but it was like 95%. I had one or two people just no manual, no nothing. And Commodore doesn't even know that this is what we're going to use it for a week. And we just drilled in there. It's like pretty much what you'd call, like hacking or high level geeking. And so after about a week, we have to send it back. And I said to this guy, Alec Dubchenko, well, what do you think? What can you do anything? Now, Carl, you know what an air hockey game is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's, a little bit of air, and it levitates this little puck, and you have a little, whatever you call that thing, you hit it with a little
it's like two paddles, yeah.
Yeah, it's a paddle. It was very big back in the 80s. It was a lot of fun. And so Alex says, well, I think I could write an air hockey game, and I'm going to write it in assembler, machine language, and I think it can fit in 4K, 4096 bytes of memory. I said, go for it. And darn, he came through. And it was called Retro Ball. And it was now this is the honest truth, and you can look this up as well. Retro Ball was the world's first cartridge on the Commodore 64, bar none. Even Commodore didn't have any software. So when whatever it was, a month later or something, finally, officially, Commodore 64 was released by Commodore, but it came naked. You could get the computer and some maybe, introductory program or something, but there was no cartridge. There was not a single game. You just bought the computer, and I'm sure, I don't remember now, but I'm sure Commodore was like, oh yeah, we got 1,000 games just around the corner. It'll be out tomorrow. Buy our hardware. But the fact was, there was not a single cartridge software you could buy on this planet. And Retro Ball from HESWare, programmed by Alec Dubchenko, fitted in 4K, and we figured out everything, how to do all of that, and put it on a cartridge, and those things would have been manufactured by USI in Taiwan. And so that's how the VIC-20 began to fade away. And one more quick thing to say, obviously I've already mentioned that the Commodore PET, the only storage medium, and thank God it came with it, it was built in, was a cassette, horribly, notoriously unreliable storage medium. And little by little, the technology improved, but then they came out with a 5 1/4 dual floppy that was $1,000. That was when the Commodore PET was only $800. So just to get 2 floppy disks was $1,000. And so when the VIC-20 came out, you could also sell on a cassette. In the very beginning, the number one medium for the VIC-20 was the cassette. But little by little, the dual floppy on the Commodore became a single floppy on the VIC-20. And so the cassette market began to die out, and the floppy disk market started to take off on the VIC-20. Segueing into the C64, that from the beginning was almost primarily a cartridge market, because by that time cartridges could be sold by Commodore and third parties for much higher profit than cassettes. And plus, the consumers are complaining every other day about how unreliable the tape. Even the floppies, believe it or not, were not that reliable. These were 5 1/4 single density, which was 360K. 360,000 bytes would fit on one floppy disk. Then that got doubled to 720, 1.44, and then, so on. So let me pause for a second. And so that explains about the HESWare, the C64, how we were able to get the world's first C64 prototype. And it started right almost pretty much out of the gate and cartridges. Discs began to fade, and C64 became pretty much a cartridge. But little by little, the floppies. There were no hard drives, by the way, at this time. That was to come a couple, 3 years later. Seagate and I bought one of them, the world's first 10 megabyte hard drive. It was like $800 if I remember right. Very expensive, and but anyway, C64 was pretty much entirely a cartridge going into 1984. That's when we could, and then that became not only profitable and very good, but if you want to get into the what was called the Great Depression of late 83 and early 84, when many companies died, it's called the Great Recession. The cartridge, being on a cartridge, became a negative, became a millstone, and there was the infamous incident where Atari licensed E.T. from Steven Spielberg's movie, and the recession just plummeted the demand, and they had created literally millions of ET cartridges for the Atari and all over the place, and none of it sold. And so they literally had to go find some desert space in Arizona and dig a hole and bury all these unsold ET cartridges. So the cartridge definitely was the undoing of many companies, and at that particular point in time, was threatening HESWare and many other companies, but we survived a little longer, and that story can continue. But I believe I've, let me know if there's any unanswered question or sub-thread that I have not addressed.
Well, you addressed it, I think, with the idea of the cartridges. Now, obviously, cartridges are much more expensive to produce. And you couldn't reuse them afterwards. When the big crash happens in '84, we have the video game crash. The video game consoles are hit in '83, and I guess I should step back for a moment. Do you ever consider getting into the Atari 2600 or the ColecoVision market?
We did experiment a little bit with the Coleco market. I think we made one, what's the good word, test run. It was a flash in the bang. I went and met top people at Coleco and listened to what they were, their vision was, let's say. And I don't think I was very impressed. And it didn't last very. There were a lot of these coming and going, and Hasbro came in, and Mattel came and went with some kind of Barbie game. A lot of people, it was big buzz, like it's video games are a huge industry, blah, blah, blah. So everybody that had any kind of entertainment IP, intellectual property, would some person on the board of directors, hey, why don't we get into video games? So everybody was trying to get into it, and the vast majority of them did not succeed. Now, to answer your question about the Atari VCS and also about cartridges, it actually, you could reuse. Since you've asked the question, I will have to be regrettably just a slight bit technical, but what is on a cartridge is some form of memory. You have to hold the program that is running the game, that's whatever it might be. Let's say it was Attack of the Mutant Camels. Carl, you told me you played that game on the C64. Yeah. So there are two ways that you can create the cartridge. One is called ROM, ROM, read-only memory. That would be like your BIOS on your PC. It's basically there. As soon as it gets power, there's a bunch of code, instructions, let's call it, to the computer that's always there. Think of it like a notebook or some kind of a USB stick or something. It's got a certain amount of memory, and it's always there, and it cannot be erased. It's there always. And then, and so by the way, so if you make the benefits of making a cartridge using a ROM is that it's way cheaper. You can mass produce them, and it's pretty much the cheapest per unit way of putting memory onto a cartridge. But it has one huge ROM, read-only memory, has one huge disadvantage, which is that, two of them actually. One is that you cannot erase it. As I discussed with the ET, you have this cartridge, it's got an ET game on it. If it doesn't sell, it's trash because you cannot rewrite the ET and put, some other game on it. And the other huge disadvantage is that it took about 8 weeks, 2 months. You would send the original, call it the Golden Master copy to Taiwan, and then it's got to go through their chip factories and fabrication places and whatnot. And about 8 weeks later, you would get your finished product. Now, that's one way. The other way was called EEPROM, Electrically Erasable Programmable Read-Only Memory. Now, that again came with its advantages and disadvantages. It had the exact opposite advantage to the disadvantage of the ROMs. With an EEPROM, you could erase it because you could put an ultraviolet light on it, and then that would erase it. So if you had an EEPROM ET game, you could just go shine some ultraviolet light on it and reprogram it, and you have reuse. It's like a notebook in pencil. You can erase it and just keep using the same page. And its advantages, you could program it in like a couple of hours or something. You could crank them out really fast. But then, of course, its disadvantage is that it was way, way more expensive than ROMs. And so those were the two choices. Do you want to get it out really fast? Yes, we do, because Christmas is coming up, and Christmas is Christmas. You know, that's when they don't call it Black Friday for nothing, you know, black meaning profitability. Many companies, especially in the entertainment industry, at least in the U.S., would be losing money. They'd be in the red all year long, and then Christmas would come, and toys and video games and whatnot would get sold, and that would help their accounting books to go into the black. And so that was called Black Friday. So that, you know, the Christmas comes on the 25th and you can't postpone it. So if you are faced with a crunch time-wise, then you went with EEPROMs. But if you had a couple of 3 months lead time, then you would go with ROMs. And so that's precisely what happened to us. We began licensing all these games. We had Seamus, a great game from a company called Synapse in Berkeley, just east of San Francisco. Carl, I think you know some of the characters at Synapse. We had a great game called Seamus. And so anyway, we had a bunch of these games that really we just were in a crunch period. Christmas is Christmas. We got to get it done. So we had to spend a lot more per cartridge per unit cost, but we put it on EEPROM. And then, like I said, for Christmas, and then in those days they had in retail, there was something called guaranteed sale. They might still have it a little bit, but back in those days, all the big companies, Kmart was very big, Toys R Us was huge. They had maybe more than 1,000 outlets all over U.S. These companies are all, of course, now long dead. And so the guaranteed sale meant, we think we're going to sell 2,000 of them in every one of your stores. Here you go. You ship it out there, and they pay us. But then I think it was about 60 days after they got it. If it didn't sell in 60 days, they could return all of it for full credit. So you're basically backing up your claim that this is a great product and it's going to sell a zillion of them. They backed it up contractually, and that's what it took. If you didn't do that, that you couldn't be in the retail market. And so again, like we talked about, this huge, literally, I think it was one of the biggest recessions of all time. It started in the Christmas '83 and went into the spring of '84. It decimated us, and we had all these things that were not selling, and they were all on multiple dollars. I can't really remember anymore. I want to say like $4 or $5 per EEPROM, whereas a ROM might only cost like 50 cents or $1. There's a huge difference. So that answers your question in terms of all of that. Now, there's one thing it is important to mention, because this is probably not very well known to people today. If you didn't live through that era, you would not know this. So if I may, Carl, I want to basically go off into a slight bit of parentheses and talk to you about what was the landscape in the retail market. Today, retail is like Target and like Costco, stores like that, Best Buy. These are places where you go buy computers and video games and things like that. I would like to just briefly tell you what the landscape was like, and how the fact that there was no third party in a single retail. There were about 8,000. If you add it all up, there was about 8,000 retail outlets in Canada and the United States. Not one single third party was there. Electronic Art, nobody. And HESWare was the very first to be in many thousands of. So we were the first third party to be in the retail store, and that's part of that's. It was a segue because we talked about guaranteed sale, and that could that is a viable entry also into this retail angle is also a viable entry into how HESWare raised $4.5 million, including 1.5 from Microsoft. I would like to, if appropriate, briefly talk about that retail.
Please,
landscape.
Yes, no, definitely give us the landscape, because how you get the product to the end consumer is just as important as anything else.
Indeed, I agree. Okay, so again, I have the unique advantage of being able to relate to you first-hand experience of this whole PC phenomenon before there was personal computers, right? So basically, to start at the very beginning and start kind of quick and then get a little bit more detailed. In the very beginning, like in the Bible or something, there were no computers and no computer store. The world's first computer store on this planet was a store called The Computer Store in Santa Monica, Los Angeles. And that is exactly where I bought my first Commodore PET. As I said, in April of 78, I bought the Commodore PET. Well, it was from the world's first computer store called The Computer Store in Santa Monica. And then little by little, people began to catch on. And so it became a purely hobbyist market. So it would be like whatever would be a hobby, like coin collecting or, something like that. Just pure hardcore people that love computers like me and were like futzing around with it. And you would go to this, there would be, I'm not exaggerating, in all of Los Angeles with millions of people. First, there was literally one store. Then there was like about 3 stores. And these guys had to stay in business. And keep in mind that until 1980, there was no PC. All there was Apple II. Now, let me quickly set the stage and tell you the secret to Apple II's success. Now, Apple became the world's first trillion-dollar company. And until right now, in the next few months, it's about to change. Microsoft is about to overtake Apple as the world's most valuable company. But especially after Steve Jobs came back with the iPod and all of that, Apple became obviously a phenomenal company, right? Well, how did it get started? How come what caused it to not die like, I don't know, at least dozens, maybe hundreds of PC companies and all kinds of early people that were like, it's like the cars. In the early 1900s, there were literally hundreds of car companies making cars. And now it's just a handful, right? And so basically what happened is there was a guy called, his name will come to me in a second, Dan Bricklin. He wrote a thing called VisiCalc. It stood for Visible Calculator. It was basically the seminal product that created the whole category called spreadsheets. No one had seen before. There was no such thing. It didn't exist. No one had imagined such a thing as a spreadsheet. And that's what this guy created, and he called it VisiCalc. And it became a phenomenon. And guess what? He wrote it for only at first the Apple II. So it was a phenomenal. Imagine all the business people and CFOs and accountants, they like immediately fall in love with VisiCalc. Okay, I want to use VisiCalc for my little accounting program. I go into, by now, literally it was called the Computer Store, the Computer Shack, the Computer this, the Computer that. Little companies beginning in early 80 after the PC gets introduced are beginning to sell Apple II in the very beginning. And then when the IBM PC is available, those are sold. Now, we're talking like $5,000 back then, which would be like, I don't know, whatever it is, $10,000, $20,000 today. Very expensive. And so this guy goes into the local computer stores. Hey, I want to get VisiCalc. Okay, sir, sorry, but you're going to have to buy an Apple II. It only runs on the Apple II. And the guy, okay, whatever. Just give me the, and he walks out of there probably for $8,000 and he's happy. He's got his VisiCalc and it's only on the Apple II. And Apple II becomes a viable company, the killer app for Apple. Why Apple survived and thrived in those days was because of VisiCalc, not PC. And this is just how it happened. So then, continuing the story, again, I don't remember the exact date, maybe about 80, late 83, 84, something like that, definitely by about 84. There's another bunch of people, and this guy creates a better VisiCalc, a better mousetrap, and it was called Lotus 123. Sorry, that was Mitch Kapoor, is the guy that started Lotus 1 through 3. And it was 123 was because it had a spreadsheet, and in the spreadsheet they were able to create a foundational database. And then the third component was a graphics. You could have your profit and loss shown as some kind of pie chart or something like that. That was the Lotus 123. And now, by their luck, or maybe IBM bribed them, I don't know the background of that. But next thing you know, a better VisiCalc comes along, called Lotus 123, and it's only available on the PC. So now everyone starts dumping the Apple, and they want to get on the PC. And of course, IBM was way bigger than Apple, and they put a lot of money into it. They had a very strategic. The Apple PC was created in Florida in their R&D department in a very radically different, in a un-IBM way, away from their Armonk, New York headquarters. And these guys, okay, you guys go in there in Florida in the R&D and just do whatever you think is right. And it violated a lot of, very stuffy corporate IBM methodologies and policies. And they came up with PC was a great product at a great price, backed up by one of the biggest corporations on earth. By the way, just a quick parentheses, they thought, okay, great. Well, now we'll get into the home market as well. And they created something called, in early 84, called the PC Junior, the IBM PC Junior, nicknamed the Peanut. And it had a horrible keyboard. Just everything about it was awful. And it died during that recession we're talking about. And nobody listening has ever heard of IBM PC Junior. They went and licensed Charlie Chaplin, and he was their spokesperson. They spent, at least tens, if not $100 million or something. And anyway, it died. But the original PC was a brilliant design. And here is this Lotus 123, and it's only available on the PC. So the PC starts to leapfrog and jump ahead of the Apple. And so now let's continue with bringing the retail into the picture. So in all these stores I'm telling you about, where you could go buy a VisiCalc, a Lotus, and you could really buy in, say, 95% of all the retail outlets is a PC or an Apple. That's it. It was for business, by business people, run using big, accounting programs and word processors and stuff like that. There's no Commodore being sold in any of these places, the C64 and all of that. Nothing is happening there. So that's the retail market that we face. So as I said, we went and did some research and found out there's approximately 8,500 what's called retail outlets in North America. This would be, as I said, what we would call retail. Like today, it was Best Buy and Costco and Target and all those kind of stores. Just where you go to buy all kinds of other things. Not all you'd go if you went into one of those. Let's say you went into Target, you'd see, there's Atari console, the VCS, and there's Atari software from Atari. Oh, look at that. There's Commodore. Oh, that's nice. They have a C64. What kind of software you got? Oh, a bunch of games and some word processors from Commodore. Do you have anything for the Commodore? Not from Commodore? No. And then that was about the two of them. Once in a blue moon, you might have some other. There was one other cartridge in addition to the Atari. There was, I don't know if the details are important, but there was called Atari 400/800. So there's a few other console only. But my point is, those are called first party. The people that make the hardware. Today it'd be like Nintendo. There's no Nintendo then, but it's basically Atari hardware, Atari software. Next to it is Commodore hardware, Commodore software. There's no Activision, no EA, no nobody. And so once we started getting bigger, and HESWare is doing really well, and then we raised $4.5 million, which is a little side parentheses. I think you want to cover at some point. We have some money, and so I started licensing, as I said, Leonard Nimoy. And we decided, we did a lot of research and said, hey, someone's going to get into the retail space. It's not going to last forever that you're going to just have Commodore hardware, Commodore software, Atari hardware, Atari software. Someone's going to come in there with that does not make a console or a computer, and they just make software. And so we said, hey, why can't that be us? And so we began, and I was a vice president. I reported to the president, Ted Morgan, who was the president of HESWare at that point, and he had a lot of experience for like 15 years at a company called Xerox, which today has no one heard of. Xerox every human on earth would have known what Xerox was, machine that copied paper. But he had worked there in establishing sales and networks and all that. So he came in and began establishing the whole retail, and one by one, first one, then the second, and then you go in at Toys R Us, boom. We're in 1,000 retail outlets. So to summarize, HESWare was the very first third-party, independent third-party software and hardware company to be in the vast majority. So we were in Toys R Us. You get into Kmart, now you're in like 2,500 outlets all over the United States. So that is an important stage that we were the first into the retail market. And so we were doing and growing very well. And by early 1984, there was a kind of a respected, credible newsletter like a newsletter called a soft letter, and they would be publishing industry relevant news for the PC and IBM and all that on it's like the Fortune 500 or the Fortune 100. They had a list, I think it was either 30 or 50 of the top software companies in the world. And they had, believe it or not, Microsoft was number 2. Nobody knows all this, right? There was a company called MicroPro selling WordPro word processor, and they were number 1 at about $50 million. Number 2 was Microsoft. I have that copy of that newsletter, so I could confirm it. I want to say like 35 million or something. Microsoft had about maybe 110 people, and as HESWare was growing, we eventually had about 110 people. And this soft letter was considered authoritative, and they had us listed as the 10th largest software company in the world, and all the other 9 companies before us were all business software, like Microsoft and so on. Accounting, Cougar Mountain accounting software was like number 5. And there's HESWare, number 10, and it's the number 1 biggest software company that's making entertainment, for games and whatnot. And one last thing to end it on, we also didn't make any computers or consoles, but we also saw there were great opportunities. Hey, we're selling our games. People like our brand and our products. So we also experimented and did quite well with a few select hardware products. 2 of them come to mind, the HES modem. Modem is a modulator, demodulator. Today we got Wi-Fi, or you got a Ethernet connection, RJ44 Ethernet connection to get internet. Well, back in those days, the only way of communicating outside of your house or office was through the telephone lines. And it sent them at the very beginning, the starter was 300 baud, which means 300 bits, B-I-T-S, bits with second. And I forget exactly now, this is, more than 30 years ago. I don't remember precisely, but every byte out of these 300 bits was 11 bits. So to have the number 1 or A or Q, it would take 11 bits. You'd have 8 bits for the byte, and then you had either 2 start bits and 1 stop bit, or it might have been reversed. And so you would take the 300 and divide that by 11, and whatever that comes out to, like 100 bytes or not even, like 10 bytes or 30, I think it's 30 bytes or something. You're communicating over the telephone at 30 bytes, not kilobytes, not megabytes, not gigahertz, just literally 30 characters a second. Hey, but we were happy. There was nothing else available. Wow. I can send hi, how are you? BBS's bulletin boards began to be born. And so HESWare had the first 300 baud modem in the retail markets. And then, of course, little by little, the technology, and then went to 1200 baud, ultimately went to 15.2 baud, which is 15,000. So the technology for compressing and error correcting over the analog phone line, which was made for voice, not data, eventually capped out, and then other solutions began to occur. And then the other devices, we had the world's first biofeedback device. And the picture of all of this is on the internet. If you were to Google HESWare and maybe like Leonard Nimoy, you'll see some of the packaging and so on where we have Leonard Nimoy. And there's a little gadget, and you hook it up to your C64 and Apple, and you put two fingers on this kind of electro-receptive gadget that we sold you, and it's basically, a GSR galvanic skin response when you're when you're lying from the lie detector technology. When you're lying, you sweat more, and the resistance to electricity goes down, and it's not a perfect science, but so the goal was you have to relax in order to make your car go faster and faster around like a racetrack, and we had that and a few other hardware things. So in summary, HESWare was the world's the United States' first third-party software and hardware company after the first parties like Commodore and Atari.
And now, going back to the retail, so obviously you've got the mom and pops. And are you getting in touch with them yourself, or are you going through a distributor to get the product into the pipeline?
Okay. Well, since you're asking detailed questions, I will give you detailed answers. This is exactly how it worked back then. It's most likely pretty much how it works now. So HESWare, after investment of $1.5 million from Microsoft, $1.5 million from a venture capital company called TVI, and the key person at TVI, Technology Venture. They were a small boutique venture capitalist in Palo Alto, where all the VCs are headquartered. But they were just brilliant, and there was a guy there called Dave Marquardt, and he was so brilliant that Microsoft met them, and Bill Gates was so impressed by Dave Marquardt way back this would have been late 83. Just before that, Bill Gates sold 5% of Microsoft to TVI, and in return for having Dave Marquardt on the board of directors of Microsoft. And so we ended up meeting Dave Marquardt and TVI. They liked us. They said, we'll invest $1.5 million. Microsoft says they will invest $1.5 billion. And we said, well, we need a third investor. We need to get into retail. We're, struggling. We don't have any expertise, and everything we have to fight. Everything is an uphill struggle. So we need a key retail savvy player as a third investor, and they can put up $1.5 million for a total of $4.5 million. And so we did some research, and one thing led to another, and we got an investment from a company called Action Industries, and they specialized in going into the many thousands of retail stores like Kmart and whatnot, and having a program called Dollar Days. So way before there was dollar stores, Action Industries created this concept, and they would come in what's called a rack jobber. That you just Kmart or retail, or like I'm going to use today's terms. They'd go into like Target, and they'd get a certain amount of physical space. And the rack jobbing means that's all you have to do. Just give us a little space. We'll come in. We'll set it up. We'll staff it with salespeople. We'll do everything. We'll collect everything. And when we're all done, we'll pack up and leave, and we'll give you a percentage of what we sell. That's called the rack jobbing. And that's what Action would do. Action Industries, I don't remember, but maybe like for a week or two, they would come in and they would set up stores in like 2,000-3,000 Kmart stores. sell all these things, and they were doing very well. They had really no competition. And so they said, yeah, we can get HESWare into retail stores. So those people, those three partners became very critical. And that's how we were able to get in fairly rapidly. Within just a couple, 3 weeks, we were able to get into the retail store. Now, to answer your question, what is the exact process or mechanisms? Well, the way that works is obviously you can't go call on the general managers of 3,000 local Kmart's in Kalamazoo and wherever. That doesn't work. The way it works is, well, you go to the headquarters. You go to wherever Kmart or Target is headquartered. They have some headquarters somewhere in the U.S. And you go talk to what's called the head buyer. I've personally done years later when I had what I'm about to describe called manufacturer's rep. I'm going to tell you that we utilize them, but several years later, with the same guy, Ted Morgan, we saw it was doing so well. We created our own manufacturer's rep company, and I personally went and met with the head buyer at a number of companies, including Costco and Walmart. At that time, they had just starting a burgeoning thing called Sam's. We were specializing in the warehouse club. So anyway, what I'm about to describe, I've also had personal experience. And the way it works is somebody who's a very good salesperson and knows is very good into the retail market, they would just set up their own company, a company of 1 or 2 or 3 people, and say, I'm a sales representative, and they're a middleman between supply and demand. So they might come to somebody like us and say, hey, we have extensive operations in the Northeast of the United States. I'm making all of this up for illustration. And we cover the Northeast. We don't know anything about Texas and all that, but in the Northeast, every major retailer we call a Kmart's headquartered there, and we cover New York, and there's Target's there, and we are a multiple year relationship with the head buyer. We just make one phone call, and they say, okay, what do you got? We have a meeting. We show them your product. If it's any good, boom, we sign up a contract, and next day you just, you're going to just get a huge order for thousands of stores, and it's done. And so we went and Ted Morgan divided up appropriately. I don't remember, maybe 8 or 9 or 10 regions within the United States. Probably Canada was one of them. And just found really credible retail people that will help us get all of this in each of these major geographic and strategic physical geographical locations in the U.S. Sign them up. And then we would be mutually exclusive often. We would say, okay, you can represent us, but now you can't represent any other third-party video. You can go sell toilet paper or whatever. We're not in that space, but you cannot sell any other video gaming software. You have to only do us. And 1 or 2 people would say, no, we're already carrying blah, blah. And so we'd go find somebody. And that was the nexus. That was the strategic choke point, shall we say, these manufacturers' representatives, because they literally represented manufacturers. Just to give you a concrete example, I told you later on I was a manufacturer's rep with my partner, Ted Morgan. We represented people like Canon, the Canon company, and Minolta. Canon also had actually the ones we represented was the copying machine division, Minolta. We represented paper companies. Literally, Costco would buy 40 truckloads of paper, just ordinary printing paper, 40 truckloads a month. So, and then you just get a commission. You just go arrange the sales. Manufacturer's representative does not have any inventory. You just go say, A has sold product. You go to B and you say, do you want that? Great. The manufacturer creates a contract. A ships it to B. And when B gets paid, they pay, the manufacturer pays a small percentage, like, kind of like selling a house in the U.S. You're a middleman, and in houses you get like 6% commission. I forget the manufacturer's rep. I think it was in the same territory. I think we could get 4, 5, 6. As a manufacturer's rep, you would get there. So that is what supercharged and turbocharged the whole. And I think within just 3, 4, 5, 6 months, we were in almost every outlet of any significance in the retail market. And for quite a number of months, there was nobody. And then little by little, it was Activision got in first. not the current Activision. This is going back to, I want to say it was a guy called Crane, David Crane, I think it was, and two other people. And they had Pitfall Harry, and a bunch of, as I said, they were ex-Atari people that knew how to program on the VCS, and they were very brilliant in execution and creativity, and they rapidly became a very serious player. The original Activision, before it eventually got sold off and what not. So let me see if I've answered all the peripheral questions of your core question.
That was perfect. Now, I do have an offshoot of that. So you're dealing with these large chains now, and obviously they have a variety of hardware that they're also selling. How does that work? Because obviously HESWare is not just doing C64 software. You guys are also releasing some programs on other systems at this point, correct?
Yes. Okay. Again, you are asking all kinds of great questions that enable me, having lived through all of this, to highlight certain areas that may be dark or unknown. So to answer your question, now we have to get into the history of consoles and cartridges. So the period I'm talking about is broadly April 82 to about end of 84, October, November of 84. So at that moment, there is no Nintendo in the world, no Nintendo cartridge. Nintendo, I believe, was passed on by the father of the founder of Nintendo. They were making, if you know what they are, pachinko machines in Japan, which are gambling machines. They're very popular. I've been to Japan several times, and you see them all over the place, and they just love this little ball comes down. So that's what Nintendo was making for, like 60 years. They were broadly in the arcade business. That's what led them to making.
And they were less pachinko. Their big thing was cards, playing cards. That was Nintendo's thing.
Exactly. A whole bunch of other things. But the natural progression, Nintendo did, very brilliant strategic maneuvers. And at the right time, they saw the market and they started creating their first, NES, it was called, Nintendo Entertainment System. Then came the SNES, the Super Nintendo, and all that. But it's important to point out that the time frame that I'm talking about, in the mid 80s, with the HESWare and all that, there's no Nintendo. They have not started making the entire stream of their NESs and all that. And so in these days, whoever, let's say we pick on Atari, their console, or the Commodore, there was nothing that legally precluded you from figuring it out. They didn't publish books on how to do this. They were not very friendly about this. In other words, Atari and Commodore were the two. There was a little bit of Texas Instruments TI and a couple of Microsoft Odyssey, like you mentioned, Coleco. There were a few little wannabes that never really went farther. So it's pretty much Commodore and Atari are the main console that uses a cartridge, and there's no Nintendo at that time. So like I said, we got a hold of a C64, and within 1 week, some brilliant minds were able to figure out how to program this thing. Where's the memory? How does it work? Where do you go to start the program? How do you put this on a cartridge? Everything you needed to go, you could figure it out if you were smart enough. And we had some of the tools that helped. The HESMON that I told you about, the debuggers, and all kinds of other programmer utility tools we had. So that helped. But we're figuring this out, and nobody can stop us. So that's why we could do that with Commodore. Now, the Commodore, remember, is a computer. You could go and program it. Atari was a different beast. It was completely locked. If you bought it, there was no way for you to access the microcomputer and run programs like BASIC or nothing. You had no access. What would it be like? Imagine it's like, I don't know, say like a coffee maker. And you just go and you just hit one button and the water comes out and the coffee grinds comes out. And, next thing you know, it's like Star Trek. a cup of coffee comes out. That's all you can do is hit a button. You can't say, I want less coffee, I want sugar, I want some milk. Nothing. It's just you hit a button and it comes out. You cannot program it or alter it in any way. That's what the Atari was like. And so without being able to access it and program it, it was blocked to us. So we never had, before telling you about it, we never had any cartridges on the Atari VCS, which was pretty big. It was bigger than even the Commodore market, until Activision went and cut a deal. They were very credible people. They knew it. They must have shown it to Atari and say, hey, look at this. We know how to do this. We figured it out. How would you know? Hey, because we used to work on your computers at Atari. We're ex-employees of yours. So they must have left on friendly terms. And then they said, why don't you allow us to officially license, and we'll pay you a certain amount of fee. I'm sure Activision had to pay Atari some X dollars per unit. That's pretty much how the thing worked, by the way.
They did not leave on good terms. There were some lawsuits, and Activision did end up having to pay a settlement.
Okay,
but
fair
yeah,
enough. But one way or the other,
licensing as we know it didn't happen. But no, they did not leave on good terms. But
okay,
yeah,
gotcha. Fair enough.
Sorry,
I forgot about that.
That's long and complicated.
Okay, fair enough. But I don't remember that part. But bottom line is, at the end of the story, one way or the other, they were officially allowed to create. To create and sell under the Activision label, not the Atari label, cartridges of various games, and they were all quite good. I remember the Activision games being quite good and small and compact, and a brilliant idea and brilliant execution, regardless of its legality. Bottom line is, one way or the other, the lawyers talked and a deal was made, and next thing you know, they're selling it. So we did not do that. But we were able to reverse engineer all the things that were computers that were open, so that you could do also computer programming, basic. And we also had, nobody will know all these things, but we had a number of programming languages like Pascal. I specifically remember being a computer geek like me and lover of, I told you I'd programmed in like 20, 25 computer languages. So at one time, this thing called Forth, Forth, that was a great. I love that language. It's a very unusual stack. You put things on a stack and take it off, and mathematicians and Polish people with the Polish reverse notation would have loved it. So we were selling all these, still continue. There's still lots of geeks and hobbyists, and we were selling all those kind of things on cartridges, primarily because no one precluded us. And now to jump forward a little bit. So I don't know the exact year. Obviously, you can research it, but for sure by 92, I remember by 92, the NES was out. The Nintendo Entertainment System, the very first Nintendo cartridge-based entertainment system, was like an Atari competitor. And they came out, and immediately people started reverse engineering it. Probably it might have been Activision. Somebody reverse engineered cartridges for the Nintendo NES, and then did not pay Nintendo any money. They just copied it, put it on a cartridge. Hey, it works. We can sell it. And then at some point, Nintendo sued one or more of those companies. And I specifically remember, I don't know how long, maybe a year or two, these justice grinds wheels very slowly. But eventually the case that Nintendo brought against these copiers made its way to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in favor of Nintendo, saying they owned the platform, and if you wanted to put a cartridge on it, you could not put it on it for any amount of money. It would be a violation of Nintendo's intellectual property and copyrights and patents and blah, blah, blah. And so you needed their permission, and they would only give you permission if they chose. They had a harsh selection criteria. They didn't just, Nintendo, they wanted to keep their brand. And so they would only license it to very reputable people Nintendo is the one cartridge company. I have to just say this outright. Nintendo has always been a very greedy company. It's all about them. And nobody has really ever made a huge amount of money on Nintendo platforms other than Nintendo. They make a lot of money, and they're not as bad today. They're not as bad as Apple. Holy cow! I just saw a USB cable on Apple, whatever the iPhone 25 or whatever they're up to, and a simple USB cable is like $130. That's just highway robbery. That's just gouging, just victimizing your customers, if you want. Nintendo wasn't that bad, but they were just highfalutin. They did not, they were not very friendly. They would only do things, let's put it this way, they would only do things first and foremost to their own interest first. And I believe to this day, look on Wii or any of these platforms, and Nintendo always does by far number one. Anyway, so this case goes to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court says no, it's owned by Nintendo, and that creates this whole concept that created the consoles. And so that is what put an end to all the third-party people. Just, I guess you could call it, when we were operating, it was like the Wild West days of the cartridge business. You could put it not on the Atari closed system, VCS, video console system, I think is what the VCS stood for. Eventually, by the way, they did loosen that and created a computer. That was what was called the Atari 400, 800. And we sold many games for Atari 400, 800 without their permission. Like I said, because this was before the precedent-setting U.S. Supreme Court decision on Nintendo, which happened, I don't know the exact, maybe 90 or 91, something like that. So anyway, so does that answer your complete questions about retail?
It covers the retail side. I was wondering whether or not the retailers gave you guys if the retailers themselves, the Kmarts and whatnot, would give you any kind of feedback as to what kind of product they wanted, which platforms they wanted. Was there that back and forth? Were they giving you any kind of feedback from their customers, or was it more an issue of you guys just supplying the product and hoping that it would sell?
Okay, another excellent question. Let me tell you exactly how it was. This is, as I said, the mid-'80s, and all these retailers that I'm talking about, back then it was Kmart and Toys R Us comes to mind. Between the two of them, they must have had a good 3,000 to 4,000 outlets all around the United States. So, as I said, we have manufacturers representative that would go there. Very often we would have one of our own salespeople accompany these manufacturers rep when they paid a call at the main buyer of all these retailers. And what do they find? Well, they go to there, and the video game business is a puny, like 0.00 something, a very tiny percentage of the market of the responsibility for that particular buyer. In other words, what I'm saying is that Toys R Us, literally, this video games was put in the category of toys. And so who are we and our manufacturer's representative going and visiting at Kmart or Target? Some dude that's selling toys and, multi-billion-dollar industry that's been around for hundreds of years. And there's this thing called video game. Oh, what the hell is that? What is that? It seems promising. Okay, I think I'll give you a tiny. Remember, everything retail is driven by shelf space. Everything is driven by how much money you can make per two-dimensional square foot, and then you can go up a little bit into 3D by stacking certain things, and end caps, things at the end are worth more, and all of this details of retail, how retail operates. I won't give you the all the details, but the point is, we had a very unsophisticated, unknowledgeable guy, most likely the buyer, and to be totally blunt and honest, it would usually be a guy. They probably didn't even play video games. They're kids, probably. That's probably if they played video game. Oh yeah, I think my son plays video games now on the. He tells me, Dad, you got to get into this. So okay, fine. Tell me what you got. So that's the first bullet point: is these buyers that we're going to that are making. At that time, definitely it wasn't billions. It probably wasn't even hundreds of millions. It might have been a few millions. I doubt even they were placing single orders, even 10 million. It's all small potatoes, small fries, little decimal point somewhere. And we don't matter to them that much, but they're excited. They're getting a lot of buzz and certainly the numbers, the trajectory, if you look at, in calculus, the second order, the acceleration, the rate of change of the rate of change it's accelerated, looking darn good. And the way these buyers, they extrapolate, oh, wow, in 5 years, this is going to be serious business. Okay, tell us what you got. We don't know anything. So here's the deal. HESWare, here's the deal. Here's how it's going to work. Take it or leave it. You're going to tell us what you think will sell. We'll give you X amount of space in each of our physical retail store in our thousands of outlets. This thing better sell. If it doesn't sell, we're going to send it back. And it says so in our clause. That's what I told you is called guaranteed sale. And if this if this stuff doesn't sell, we're going to send it all back. And you go, no problem. This is a great game. We sold X number to your competitor, and this is a great game. And yes, we guarantee the sale. It's awful, awesome. And so the guy says, okay, fine. What do I got to lose? I got some opportunity cost. I could put your product on my 10 square feet of retail space. I could do somebody else, but I'll give you a chance. But that's how it all worked. They didn't know anything, so it's very important that they couldn't provide any feedback. And quite frankly, when you run things like this, and by this time, by the time I'm talking about heading into 84 in early January, like January the 3rd, 4th, 5th, the very first few days of every January, there would be a thing called the Consumer Electronics Show, CES, and it was always in Las Vegas. And then 6 months later, there'd be the Summer CES, and it was always in Chicago. And these two places were the number one selling places where everybody came together. The buyers were there. We were there. Our products were on display. Our salespeople were there. And a lot of deals were consummated at these consumer electronics shows. Very, very big deal. So in late 84, I was told to get a spokesperson within a very short time. I signed up Leonard Nimoy. We're putting him on our packaging, and I was like the tour guide or the ambassador of HESWare to Leonard Nimoy, and I would take him all kinds of places. He was there for the 3 days of the CES shows in Las Vegas, and we'd introduce him to Kmart or something like that. I remember as one example of how to like peek open the curtain and tell you how these deals happen, Carl. I remember the summer. He was also there at the summer. Leonard Nimoy was as our spokesman also at the summer CES show. And guess what? By great opportunity, Leonard Nimoy is coming out with the second Star Trek movie. Remember, there was the first Star Trek movie, and it did very well. And so then
Khan is 82, I want to say, and
something like that. I just remember
84 is
Search for Spock.
Search for Spock,
Yeah, Search for Spock, and who directed it? Leonard Nimoy, right?
Yeah.
So it's a big deal. Everybody's looking forward to it. The buzz in Hollywood is great. And so I asked, hey, Leonard, is there any chance we could show? It hadn't come out yet. It was not yet in the theater, but by amazing fortuitousness, it happened to be whatever they call it in the movie industry, in the video game and business, we say going golden. In other words, it's completely done. In the movie business, it's ready to be duplicated and sent. These video movie reels are ready to be physically sent all around the world. And Leonard said, let me see what I can do. And he calls up, who was it, Paramount or whomever. I didn't have anything to do with this. And somehow he made it happen. And so the next thing we know, the movie is not released in the world. No one's seen it yet. But they had not armed guard, but they had literally a guy with like security guy with one reel of the Search for Spock. And it was we rented out some theater somewhere. And we had like maybe 100, 150 important people, the buyers of all these, all the big shots, you would say. And we previewed Search for Spock. It was not seen anywhere. And then after the movie, the security guy took physical possession again of this reel because I'm sure they don't want it to be copying and counterfeited and whatnot. And then he left. So these are the kind of things going on. You got to, wine and dine these important people. I didn't do most of that. We had salespeople on that. But once in a while, here's Jay Balakrishnan. He's the founder. And tell us what's going to be happening. And tell us about, could we talk to Leonard Nimoy and see what he's interested in and all that. By the way, if you're interested, I will tell you one thing in Leonard Nimoy, and leave it at that if you're more interested. If you're interested, there's a good anecdote about how I was able to, the stratagem or technique I used to license Leonard Nimoy. Keep in mind at the exact time that I went to license Leonard Nimoy as a spokesperson, well, we got his boss. Captain Kirk, Mr. William Shatner, was making literally $1 million as a spokesperson for, they don't have it anymore today, but it's called Magnavox Television. And he'd get on there, I think he's done Priceline or something now, but he'd get on there and say, oh, Magnavox, the greatest TV, blah, blah, blah. And he'd be on like a few commercials and whatnot. And he got $1 million, and there's no way HESWare can pay $1 million or even come close. Anyway, the final deal I did was for not $1 million, but $75,000. And if you're interested, I think it's an interesting story of how it happened. Here's, Mr. Nimoy, world famous, and I would have to say he's one of the most beloved fictional characters, at least on television anyway. He went on to do a lot more directing and highly respected, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so that's all the stuff that's happening. These retailers are not sophisticated. We're the ones figuring it out. Oh, we're selling to, you should go look at your accounting. How many orders, or what is the trajectory of the orders? Are they accelerating, deceleration? How many are we shipping into each store? We know exactly. They just give us a large order, like here's a $5 million order for 2,000 stores at Kalamazoo. We want you to ship 20 supplies. New York, we want you to ship 200, like that. And we would take all of that. So there, I think I've answered broadly some more of your questions. If not, please ask away.
Definitely. And so now, as the hardware platforms are changing, so we get Texas Instruments dropping out, we get the Apple II not really being in the mainstream outlets. The Commodore 64 takes over everything, and you mentioned that the IBM PC, especially through Lotus 123, becomes this powerhouse. How does it, and I guess this is, before we even get to that, we need to talk about Microsoft at this point, because in 83, you guys make the deal with Microsoft that you've hinted at already. How exactly does that relationship come about, and how does it develop?
Okay. All right. This again is another very kind of a pithy, pregnant question. So again, as I've been doing, I will fill in all the gaps and details. So let's see where to start. Well, the best place to start is obviously as a hobbyist. I started using Microsoft from the moment I bought the first Commodore PET, because you had the Commodore PET operating system was created by Commodore itself at their headquarters in 6502 assembler and micro machine code. But there was BASIC, a high-level language. It was the only one available, but it came built in, as I was talking about ROMs, it came built in on a ROM on the Commodore PET. And so that BASIC was written by Microsoft and licensed by Microsoft to Commodore. So in other words, they would have given to Commodore, okay, here's our Microsoft BASIC. It's not the operating system. It's just a high-level language. You can put it on a ROM on the Commodore, and you pay us, whatever, $10 or something like that. I don't know the exact amount that they were getting paid, but that's how it was almost surely done. For every unit of the Commodore PET, you got our BASIC, Microsoft BASIC on there, so you got to pay us X dollars. So I knew that Microsoft and literally Bill Gates and...
Well, actually, I'll have to correct you here just a little bit. This is an infamous deal. It's the only time Bill Gates gets ripped over the coals. Jack Tramiel got a flat fee for Microsoft BASIC for the PET, and that's why it's the same BASIC for the PET, the VIC-20, and the C64, because he never had to pay for a single unit after that.
Gotcha. Well, that was Bill Gates pulling a Japanese strategy. When you're a new company with the new technology, you have a lost leader. You buy the competition, you eat it, you burn, most of the Japanese companies, their philosophy literally is the samurai, business is war mentality, and they are able to withstand. Otherwise, they don't get into the big boys business warfare. And they're able to sustain a large amount of losses in the beginning, and they sell their product literally often at a loss. Most of the cartridge consoles, I don't know if that's true today, but for decades, I think even today, frankly, the Xbox, I think, is sold at a loss. In other words, they sell it for whatever they do, $600 or something, but it costs them more than $600 to make it. This certainly was the Atari VCS strategy. Don't worry about the fact that we're losing money on every console we sell. We're going to make it up in volume because we're going to sell, and they had their spreadsheet models and we're going to sell 6.7 cartridges per unit, blah, 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 and we'll make money on the software. And that was the model. It's likely to be that way, with the one exception, Nintendo, always being the shrewdest of all of them, never sells their products for a loss. They always make money on the cartridges as well as the software. But most of the other competitors, I know for sure when the Xbox One came out in, 2000 or something, it was definitely sold at a loss. So that's the situation we find ourselves. So Microsoft, I believe, that's my guess or intuition, is that Bill Gates said, well, hey, I'm nowhere. I think he was also, he might have had a basic for the Altair, because that's how he got started. He and his partner, they started in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Literally, Bill Gates had kind of the same decision I described where I had to make, was do I want to quit my well-paying job and start this on their own? Well, Bill Gates had a similar situation. He got into Harvard, and at one point he's, okay, do I want to make Microsoft full? Do I want to quit Harvard? And that's where he meets his buddy and number two guy, Steve Ballmer. They meet at Harvard, and he says, you know what? For whatever reason, I don't know what he said. Maybe I can get an education later, or I don't need it. He probably got like an 800 on the mathematics SAT, right? Quite a smart mathematician and that kind of a guy. And so I don't know, for whatever reason, he drops out of Harvard and makes Microsoft full time. Well, I had it later on, years later, like a couple, 3 years later, I had an occasion to go to Albuquerque, New Mexico, because I had a longtime buddy there. And he took me to literally the exact office that Bill Gates and Don, I can't think of his partner now, he's died and passed on. These guys rented this puny little office in Albuquerque, and my friend took me there, and there's this plaque. This is like in stone. This is where Microsoft got started, and Bill Gates and the other guy, this is where it all started. So that's how I have known of Microsoft since my very first involvement. I obviously don't know all you've done your research very well, Carl. You've done much more. So maybe they did pay a fat fee. And I'm sure in hindsight, that was very a good idea, even though they didn't get much more money, because that led them to being able to put it on the TRS-80 and all kinds of places. Once you're on one competitor, it's easy to go to say, hey, we're on your competitor. Don't you want this as well? Or are you going to go to get some inferior whatever? By this time, Bill Gates is starting to make money, and he's starting to get some royalties from the IBM PC, which is starting to be his main source of income. And I heard anecdotally, we'll get into briefly, I'm planning to, at this juncture, talk a little bit about Microsoft and Steve Ballmer and the investment and Bill Gates and all of that. But at this point, they're getting some, so a few dollars for every PC that is sold. And I heard anecdotally that when Microsoft did invest $1.5 million, that money was taken from what used to be called a CD, a certificate of deposit that Microsoft had at a bank collecting whatever the current interest is. This $2 million from IBM is sitting in a bank account, and then he withdrew that and invested, of the $2 million, he invested $1.5 million. And for some time, I did have the exact check. I made a copy of the $1.5 million from Microsoft to HESWare with Bill Gates' signature. But somewhere along the lines, I lost it. I don't have that anymore. So that's that. Let me get a little bit more into the Microsoft and tell you about the investment and my continued relationship with them. So the next thing after knowing Microsoft as a software company, and I'm buying some languages, I'm pretty sure I would have bought Fortran from them and some other. They were pretty much that, and of course there was one and only one game. Everything else was technical or programming. Like I said, multiplan and all words processing, and they probably had at least 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 languages, including BASIC and Pascal, Fortran languages. Probably nobody even knows about these days. So that's how they're functioning as a very technological tool maker, and they don't have any retail products, with one exception that they got from a company called Sublogic. A guy called Art Brunswick by himself programs on the Apple II the world's first flight simulator, if I remember correctly, with MCGA graphics, which means 4 colors, like black and white and cyan and magenta. I think were the 4 colors. Then as the technology and video cards get better and better, then eventually it had, 16 colors. And then I think I told you eventually it got up to 256 colors. And now the Microsoft Flight Center is looking good. And Bruce Hartwig only knew about Apple programming. So at some time, I don't know the background, he or Microsoft approached them. A deal was cut, and Microsoft programmed the Apple II version of Sublogic's flight simulator. I think by then it was like Microsoft 3.0, something like that. There it is on the PC. And that's that's one to be talked about later when we talk about the demise of HESWare. We're going to be talking about Flight Simulator and Microsoft, but I'll defer that for now. So I'm going chronologically. So now it's late '83, and we first meet Dave Marquardt, as I mentioned, of TVI, and he gets interested. He says, "Yeah, you're right. Somebody's got to be in retail. It's not going to be forever. Only Commodore hardware and software and Atari. Someone's got to do it. Why not? It should be you. Your plans look sound. Tell you what, we will invest, and I will approach Bill Gates, and I think I can get them to invest." And I told you about Axon Industries. So towards late '83, we had secured all of this. I'm now finished filling in the gaps. Microsoft took $1.5 million out of a bank account and invested in us. TVI invested $1.5 million. So that's how I first knew of Microsoft, other than a customer of their products and their tools. So at one point, I am told by Ted Morgan. By the way, before the company got the $1.5 million, there's what's called due diligence that the VC people or anybody that is going to invest a large chunk of money, they do something called due diligence. Okay, who's this guy, Jay Bala? What's this company about? Let's kick the tires and check into their accounting and that kind of stuff. You just want to be sure everything that you think you're getting is like that. So at one point, I meet, at that time, he was the number 2 guy at Microsoft. His name was Steve Ballmer. And as I said, they met at Harvard after Ballmer graduated from Harvard. He worked for a little while at Procter and Gamble, which is, Colgate and what they call household goods. So Ballmer began a short stint there. I don't remember, like a year or 2 or 3, selling all kinds of household goods for P&G. And then at some point, he obviously must have been approached by Bill. Hey, buddy, come and work here at Microsoft. We're doing great. I need you to run my sales or whatever he was doing. And so he did everything to assist it. So I ended up meeting Steve Ballmer, and I like to do a quick little, I think will be an interesting side story. So I am told to fly up to Redmond in Washington, Washington State, and told, Steve Ballmer wants to talk to you, and they're doing diligence, and they're, talking to all the key executives. And so I flew up to Redmond. I had never been to Microsoft ever before. And I meet Steve, and he's got quite a small little office. This is Microsoft is running lean and mean. They're only making like 50 million, as I related earlier. They're not the Microsoft we know of today. At that point, they probably had 110, 120 employees. And Steve says, "Okay, yeah, sounds good." He asked me some questions. I answered, and they said, "Hey, Jay, do you know what a mouse is?" I said, "A mouse? You mean like, thing that's, skitters around on your ships and house. No. There's this thing called mouse. Let me show you. And he goes and opens up his drawer of his small desk and pulls out this thing that we know today as a mouse. I had never seen. I think I maybe I might have seen it a photo because it was invented by Kay. What was his name? Alan Kay. It was in the mouse and the whole GUI operating system was invented by Alan Kay as the primary guy at what was called Xerox PARC. PARC, Palo Alto Research Center. It was like a huge think tank for an extremely high-tech, very large, very worldwide known. Today we talk about Googling things. Back then everybody said, can you Xerox that? It was a verb. And so they had a very excellent leading edge R&D department headed by this guy, Alan Kay. And he invented the mouse and the GUI system. And then, of course, famously, Steve Jobs somehow ends up getting a tour and he falls in love with the whole system. And next thing you know, the Macintosh is created. Okay. Steve Jobs absolutely did not invent Macintosh GUI, nor did he invent the mouse. Somehow or the other, sooner or later, Microsoft is in on it. And so Steve Ballmer is saying, you seen a mouse? No, he whips it out and he says, Jay, this is going to be huge. We're going to write an operating system. We're going to call it Windows 1.0, and we're going to sell these mice. So these mice were the first hardware product that Microsoft ever sold. And obviously they were very sold on the mice. And it had this little thing you twist open and a little ball would fall out in the middle of the mice. And this ball would kind of a heavy plasticky ball that when you move the mouse, this inertia made the mouse, you could track the mouse with three little detectors. And so anyway, I clearly remember, and he was just so excitable, Steve Ballmer. He was like, oh, this is greatest thing since sliced bread, and it's going to be awesome, and we're committed to Windows and all that. So that's kind of, I started to get, at this point, I had not yet met Bill Gates, but Bill Gates' surrogate, Steve Ballmer, whom he trusts and relies on, is my main contact point, and we're beginning to establish a relationship. Then we get the infusion of the $4.5 million. And a few weeks after that, then I was told, okay, Jay, Steve Ballmer says, okay, we've invested in you. Now it's serious. Bill Gates would like to meet with you and, kick the tires and ask you questions. Sure, fine. So at the appointed time, again, I flew up to Microsoft with our head of VP of sales, Bo Rogers was his name. And I go in to meet Bill Gates. And so I'm sitting there. We got there early, of course, and I'm sitting in the waiting room of the reception area, and his secretary, oh, sorry, Bill Gates is running a little late. He'll be right with you. And then after a few minutes, it's a little bit past our appointment time, and the door opens, and out walks a guy that I recognized. He was the head of Tandy Radio Shack, a guy called John Shirley, who, by the way, was being interviewed to be the president of Microsoft. And a few months later, John Shirley took over from Bill Gates as the president of Microsoft, and Bill Gates stayed the CEO and chairman. So anyway, so this guy's leaving. We're ushered in, and then we start talking to Bill Gates, myself, and he asked a number of questions, and I presume I satisfactorily answered them, because I won't get into this unless you goad me on or ask the question. But he's the guy just to. Well, okay. Well, then let me tie it in what I told you. We licensed a lot of products in Japan, and so they were through one particular person, a French guy, Jean-Francois Gaillard, that I met, and he introduced me to the arcade companies. But at one point, after meeting Bill Gates, he was favorably impressed with our story and our company and our mission and execution and whatnot. And he says, Jay, I want you to meet a guy called Kei Nishi, Nishi, Kei Nishi in Japan. And I got to tell you, he's frankly called the Bill Gates of Japan. And he's a partner of mine, and we are going to all of the big consumer electronics companies in Japan. He and I, he's the Japanese contact point. and we're going to Panasonic and Matsushita, all the at that time big brand names. Panasonic was very big, and they're making televisions and all kinds of consumer electronics. They were massive, right? Big. And of course, in Japan, these conglomerates, they're making televisions, and over there they're making ships, and over there they're making nuclear weapons, and they're massive, huge conglomerate companies. And Bill Gates is creating the software, and Kei Nishi is creating the hardware to sell to these different massive Japanese conglomerates with a computer system called MSM. Microsoft something blah blah blah. I don't know. It was like a cartridge system, and they created a tiered system. I want to say like MSX. That's it. Brilliant. Thank you. The X. Microsoft started using X way before Alex St. John invented DirectX. Parenthetically, eventually Alex St. John, who was the original one of the three founders and creators at Microsoft of the DirectX system, which is obviously now the big operating system for all the graphics. He invented the X, but you can see going back to 83 and early 84, Microsoft used the X moniker, which Twitter now uses. But anyway, so in summary, Bill Gates says, okay, go and meet this guy. I'll give you an introduction. Go and meet this guy called Kei Nishi. He's making these hardware computers. And we're making the operating system. We're calling it MSM, and we have 4 tiers. MSM1 is the entry point. It's got so-and-so GPU, so much memory, blah, 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 like that. And then 2 is for a higher, more sophisticated computer, a better computer, more money, like that. And I would go and visit Akihabara in Tokyo, which is the big, like, the number one shopping center for anything to do with high technology in all of Japan, and in some cases the world, because some of the things that you could get in Akihabara in Japan, you could not get anywhere else on the planet. They would introduce certain things first in Akihabara in Japan before they would introduce it anywhere on the planet. So it became a very famous music keyboard called the Yamaha DX7. But I got one of those Yamaha DX7 keyboards because I like music. I got it before you could buy it in the U.S. or anywhere. I bought one of them and shipped it back to a Yamaha DX7. I forget, cost me like $1,500 or something. Anyway, so that's the environment going on, and he's introducing me, and I wasn't that hugely impressed with the MSM computer system. I saw some flaws in it, and it had some, I would call, in the coming 2-3 years, they brought it to retail, these MSM computers, and I would characterize it, I think it's fair to say it's realistic. That was moderately successful. It did okay. Maybe they didn't lose any money, but it was not a big deal. And after a couple of years, it vanished into the ether, into the black hole of the endless number of platforms and consoles and computers. I've seen it all, bro. I mean, I'm talking, I saw the first laptop. I'm sorry, it was called Luggable, Osborne. I went and met Mr. Osborne at one point. They were making, it was called Luggable. I think it was like 10 pounds. And it was this suitcase. You could just barely fit it into the top rack of an airplane, whatever they call it, where you store your luggage. It was this huge
overhead compartment.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But that's how laptops started. First, it was a luggable. It had to have a built-in monitor. It was a right product at the right time for a while. The Osborne 1 was the only available computer you could carry with you and plug it in somewhere. No laptop, no nothing. Anyway, all these crazy ideas are competing in the world market, and most of them are failing. A few of them are working. So that ties it in with the Microsoft, Steve Ballmer, and we're getting along. Steve Ballmer is the representative of Microsoft on the board of directors of HESWare. So I see him from time to time, and I think that kind of, I believe, expressed it. I said you wanted to know about the platforms of chaining. PC is getting more powerful. Microsoft has or is about to introduce the Windows 1.0. As a geek myself, of course, I've bought since DOS 1.0, DOS 1.0, 2.0. I bought everything. I can remember when Bill Gates said Microsoft had a limit. the operating DOS limit could not address more than 640K, 644,000 bytes, because it's a quote. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. Bill Gates said, why would anybody need more than 640K? Come on, get off my case. What are you complaining about Microsoft as a limit? Nobody needs that much memory. Remember I told you, I think I told you that Watson, Thomas Watson, the founder of IBM at one point in the mid-50s, says the whole world only needs 5 computers. The Pentagon needs one, maybe the phone company, and a couple of maybe IRS. 5 companies on the planet need to buy IBM's computer. So all of this is little bit. There was a mini computer that was massive called DEC, Digital Equipment Company, and they had a great strategy to compete with IBM. They said, we'll make a thing called PDP 9, then it was 10, then PDP 11 was huge, and they sold a cheap version for smaller companies that was not quite as good as an IBM mainframe. But if you didn't have a company with 1,000 employees, you just had 10 people, all you needed was a mini computer. And that guy, Mr. Olson, I forget his first name, he was the founder of, again, said, nobody needs a mini computer. And he had the opportunity to get into, quote, personal computers. And who needs that? No, that's a stupid idea. No one's going to want to have their own computer. So everywhere, left, right, and center. And even Bill Gates, I know he said in those days, I never imagined Microsoft would have even 1,000 employees. Okay. Nobody saw that this space was headed to a massive, massive conclusion. Except I would humbly say myself, I am in print in 2000 saying the video game industry is a little infant and it's going to go at a huge amounts. And the big moment, this is also at some point, if you give me an opportunity or ask me the question about what am I doing today? Well, my journey, what I'm doing today is very, very briefly, started in 1990 when I had the insight, what is that, about 33 years ago, I had the insight that one day computers and AI would be able to create entire movies. So, Carl, I literally imagined the summer of I was reading all these books by George Gilder, Microcosm. My head was just totally buzzed. Wow, cell phones and all this stuff. I was just going crazy in my head. And I literally said in my head, wow, that means one day you're going to feed it Macbeth, Shakespeare's Macbeth. And that's it. You just give it Shakespeare's Macbeth, the text, and out will come an entire movie with an AI director, an AI cinematographer, an AI this, and it'll parse the language and it will go find everything it needs. There was no internet even at that day, but there were BBS anyway. So that's been my vision for 33 years, and we're approaching the singularity, so to speak, where text is king. All you feed it is the text of a great movie script or a Shakespearean play. That's all it needs, nothing more. Everything can be done in AI, and that's the journey. I'm almost there where I can feed it. I can just type it in, and I call it the desktop movie processor, and you just type it in, and on your computer, everything you type in real time turns into a movie. Oh, I don't like it. It was a stormy day. Okay, backspace, delete the steady, stormy, and make it calm. Boom, instantly like that. I won't get into all the details, but that's my passion that I have watched and worked, and that's what led me to forecast in 2007. There's like 3 articles. I sent you those links, Carl, in which I made at least 15 predictions. I was on a panel with all the big muckety-muck wigs, the general manager of Electronic Arts in Canada, and all these places. I had just left Radical, where I was the head of production there for all the games. So I was invited on this panel at the Vancouver Film School's first convention or conference on game design. And there I am, the only guy, the contrarian, all the time. Well, one guy, Jay Balakrishnan, disagrees. One guy says, no, that's not the way it is. One guy says the indies are going to rule. So in this convention or conference, I'm the only guy that's like, where they say, if a dog bites a man, it's not news, but when a man bites a dog, it becomes news. I'm the only person saying something opposite. And I'm saying, yes, everyone's saying, oh, photorealistic graphics, it can never happen. It's impossible. This thing called Uncanny Valley, blah, blah, blah. The head of the general manager of all of Electronic Arts in Canada. Oh, yeah, I just met Spielberg, and they're all saying, why do you make such horrible graphics? And I'm looking past all of that. And I am literally quoting, oh, no, it'll be easy technology. And then I said it'll happen within 3 years. And literally 2 years later, James Cameron brings out the Avatar movie. And lo and behold, that's pretty much close to photo. And then, of course, I was waiting for real time. And that came out with the RTX graphics processors from NVIDIA. So anyway, I have had a very good track. Not because, simply, I'll explain very simply, not because I'm any smarter than anybody else. I think I'm pretty good at connecting the dots. But what I have, and virtually no one else has, in connecting these dots, is because I was born and got into computers. I was at the right place at the right time. I have collected so many more dots than anybody. So I'm good at connecting the dots because I have a large inventory or collection of dots that I have collected. And, it's the resolution. It's like you go on Wall Street Journal, and just using black dots upon a white background on their newspaper, they have very good pictures of people. And it's nothing but just dots, right? It's like a printer. So with this nothing but dots, you can create great high resolution pictures if you have a lot of dots. And so that's what I've had. I've had a lot of dots. I've seen it all the way through when calculators became a consumer product. And so I've been always able to be a better forecaster of the future. And in fact, that I've gotten kind of famous for making all these forecasts. In summary, that's my passion today. I'm working on something specifically I told you called Rugu Yoga, but it's today called Machinima, Machine Cinema. That's what I'm working on, and it all got started there, and ending by saying that nobody back in those days imagined it would be whatever it is today, $100 billion industry or something for video games. But I saw that because I told you I had that religious experience with my first experience with the Wang when I was at the Naval Electronics Engineering Command in Charleston. And I told you I had that input statement, and I had this realization, wow, the computer is going to enable you to interact with it. Nothing before. You have a book and Shakespeare, to be or not to be. You can't say, hey, Mr. Shakespeare, what did you really mean by to be or not to be? Julius Caesar has written books. People have written plays and songs, and they're all what I call dead media. Even songs, movies, they're all dead media. They arrive and you're watching Private Ryan, and you can't say to Spielberg, hey, why did you say, why couldn't Private Ryan die? Or why couldn't this happen? There's no interactivity with anything, any media that you consume, books, television, movie, anything, nothing. The only thing that you have is the interactive media, which is computers. And I saw the amazing genius of what that was good. Obviously, I'm not the first one. The person that looks like really foresaw all of this was Alan Turing when he created the true first computer in the world called Colossus, because it was huge, at Bletchley Park in 1940 or 41, and he went on to create all of these machines to beat a machine called the Enigma, which research shows that it helped shorten the war. Probably helped because the Allies knew everything that the Kriegsmarine was talking to the U-boats and just all the services, the Luftwaffe, everything the Nazis were commanding because of their blitzkrieg, lightning-fast warfare that they invented and successfully deployed. All of it based upon 100%. The underpinning premise for blitzkrieg was invented by Heinz Guderian, the general who saw the critical core of everything in the future was going to be real-time radio communications. Everything in the tanks and the armored infantry and all of this all revolved around communications, real time between everybody. Well, that had to be protected because the downside is everybody could hear what they're saying. Alan Turing comes along, invents the Colossus, invents the world's first chess program. He's the guy that puts it all together. And then poor guy, I feel he's one of the saddest characters I know in history because he was a homosexual. they brought him in front of court. I think he was just a guy, to be honest. He was a guy that just knew too much. Anyway, they bring him to court, and he's found guilty of having sex with some guy, and they tell him, okay, you're going to go to jail, or we can chemically castrate you, give you some chemicals. And he started growing breasts, and it's a horrible story, and the dude just either was killed or committed suicide. They say he ate poisoned apple. Who the heck knows, but I wasn't there. But anyway, he dies, and years later, like 5 years later, the Queen Elizabeth, oh yeah, well, we're very sorry, we horribly mistreated you, we pardon you for everything. And that's the story of computers. So he's the first guy to visually put it all together, and we have other very important people as well continuing all of that forward. But so anyway, that's to give you a kind of a more all-encompassing picture. I fell in love with the computers as soon as I started using, as I said, in mid 1970, 74. Yeah, 74. So I was just, or thereabouts. Sorry, 75. I had just turned 20. So I hope I've covered a lot of ground and tied some of these loose ends together.
What I'd like to do, because it's important to make sure the dots are all completed and lined up. Let me back up a little bit, and then come forward and answer your question. So the time span, as I said, is about late 83, maybe October, November. We've raised some money with Microsoft and the two other investors I mentioned. Together, each put in about $1.5 million, and things are going swimmingly. They're telling me to go get a spokesperson. I told you the story about how we get Leonard Nimoy. Now it's January CES, early January of 84. We have a fantastic, what they call it, like a big coming out party. We rented a 2,000 people hall at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. Leonard Nimoy was there. Anybody was there. And then there were so many people that we had to get another room, and it's estimated. They wrote about it in the Atlanta Journal, and so it was quite a party, a lot of booze, and about 5,000 people are there. Anybody was anybody. And Bill Gates and Minnesota Fats was doing our pool game. A lot. It was probably the highlight. There's some photos on the internet with me making some speeches and all that. So that was doing well. But that is also the Christmas. We're talking December and January and February of 84, where I also briefly talked to you about, they call it the big recession. Up until that time, it was the biggest recession of all time. And we talked about it hitting the video game industry, which is primarily disposable income. So it's usually when people are suffering financially, it's usually the first thing to go is entertainment. Yeah. So the entertainment industry and video games really had a hard time. Every company, we talked about Atari having to bury literally millions of ET unsold cartridges in a desert in Arizona. So going into 84, January, February, March, I talked to you a little bit about guaranteed sale into the retailers. So things that we shipped in for sale into the Christmas season with the guaranteed sale, well, they didn't sell. So they're shipping them all back. They're all on ROMs and just expensive EPROMs. Anyway, so it was a very bad Christmas season for us and for the whole industry. And so some troubles began in the spring of 84, not yet huge. It didn't explode. So now we're in a little bit further, and now we're in June of 84, and there's the June CES show, Consumer Electronics Show, which is always in Chicago in the summer. And we had another very good showing there. Leonard Nimoy was there. And then I remember that was a very good upbeat moment. And then starting there, maybe July, August, the troubles really started for the whole industry and definitely for HESWare as well. When you're one of the top companies, it's definitely not available. So to answer where we are in the marketplace, there's if you want any of this, it's on the internet, or I could send it to you. There was a prestigious newsletter called Soft Letter, and they had ranked us as the 10th largest software company in the world. This is at a time when MicroPro, a company I don't think any of your listeners have ever heard of. They had a thing called WordPro, which was the world's first word processor. It was number one ahead of Microsoft, which was number two at about 50 million. I think Microsoft had maybe 150 employees. And so down there, number 10 was HESWare, and all the other 9 were all like professional business software. So we were like the largest entertainment software company in the world. But these problems began to have, and I told you, somewhere, I don't really know where, it's certainly after the investment for the first 6 months, Microsoft and Steve Ballmer were extremely friendly. They licensed to us one of their crown jewels called Multiplan, which was their copy of Lotus 123. It had a spreadsheet database. It was doing very well for us. So we sold that through HESWare, not Microsoft, through HESWare for the Commodore 64. They're talking to us. They're friendly. Steve Ballmer is on our board. Everything is going well. And then somewhere, I can't tell when it happened. Obviously, I'm not at Microsoft. Somewhere along the line, June, July, Microsoft, now this is, here are the facts, and then I'll speculate. The facts are that I had found 2 pieces of software that I thought were fantastic. And as you'll see, I was proven to be correct. So the first one was Microsoft Flight Simulator. Now, they had not marketed that on the C64. It was entirely on the Apple. I told you earlier that a guy called Bruce Artwick wrote the world's first flight simulator. His company was Sublogic, and it was on Apple II, and they continued to be on Apple II. I can't remember if it was on the PC. It might have been on the PC for Microsoft, but Microsoft was not selling it on the C64. HESWare was the king of C64. We talked to them. It made 1,000% sense that we should market it. Microsoft was in no retail store at all. Okay, when I talk retail, I'm talking like today it'd be like Target and Best Buy and all that. They were not anywhere there because the C64 was the king of retail, and they had nothing on there. So we naturally thought they would license us, and we would program it, convert it, and it looked good in the beginning. But then something went south, and they started to say, no, we can't do that, even though they were not in a position to market it. So it was kind of, I won't say hostile, but unfriendly. Then a couple of months later, I think it became outright hostile because I went to England and I found a guy, Kelvin Lacey, who was selling a product called VisiStar. Not VisiCalc, but VIZI, VisiStar. And it was basically, I got to admit, inspired, shall we say, by Lotus 123. And it was the only product like it on the Commodore 64. I thought it was incredible. The market for C64 business applications was doing quite well. And my boss, Ted Morgan, who didn't barely know how to turn a computer on, he was a brilliant salesperson and whatnot. But in those days, in the 80s, there'd be many companies, the CEOs would have no knowledge. It's something my secretary can take care of my typing. So they were not conversant. Like Microsoft, Bill Gates, from the time he was 10, he was playing with computers. So my boss didn't know anything about software or computers, and he had relied on me, but probably talking to Microsoft or somewhere that he was not supportive of me marketing VisiStar, and definitely Microsoft did not. They said it was no good. Just to quickly, parenthetically, once I end this, I'm going to go fast forward. I'm going to tell you immediately after leaving HESWare, I started a company called Solid State Software to market that very product, and it did fantastically well. So in conclusion, up to about the middle of 84, the recession is growing. Things are bad for the entire U.S. economy in general, and the gaming industry and consoles were all doing very, very badly. We started to suffer, and we had 2 programs that would have done very well. I know that the Microsoft Flight Simulator would have probably been the number 1 game on C64, and especially VisiStar would have made us a lot of money. And both of them were where I was blocked or hindered, just outright stopped from doing that. And I began to become unhappy July, August, September, and I'm kind of I kind of speak my mind, and now I'm starting to say things that is calling into judgment my superior and his team. And anyway, they didn't like me anymore, and I didn't like it there anymore. So sometime in the middle of October of '84, I left, and I remember as one of the key executives at HESWare, it started to go into bankruptcy proceeding. And I remember the last memory I have of officially being at HESWare was just after I had left. There was a kind of a court proceeding in San Francisco having to do with the bankruptcy of HESWare, and I was called as a witness or something. I don't even know if I don't know if I even had to be on the stand, but I know I had to go to the court and sit in the audience. Anyway, that was about it, middle of October. So I left, and within two months, I had flown to England, and I signed up this guy, Kelvin Lacey, and that began the next couple of years. But let me pause there. So that's kind of how, to conclude, it kind of, I left kind of on unhappy. I felt that they were, the executives and Microsoft were making, at that time, I did not ascribe anything, what's a good word, sinister or scheming or plotting. Now looking back, I think that HESWare was the first company that Microsoft put out of business. My speculation, so everything I've said so far is a fact. My speculation is at some point Bill Gates and or his management or Steve Ballmer, somebody at Microsoft began to see the investment of $1.5 million in HESWare not as friendly. By the way, I have this news release from Microsoft that I can send as validating what I'm about to say. The press release was a 2-page press release when Microsoft invested in HESWare, literally said something like, I could get it and quote exactly, but this is almost like, we're investing in HESWare because we want them to help us get into the retail market, because they were not in the retail market at all. Well, it was close to about a year. By October was about a year that they had invested in us. And I think they just basically saw that we were going to be a threat. They only, even though they invested $1.5 million, they still had it was only a minority share. And so they would not control us. And I believe, I'm speculating, guessing that Bill Gates said, hey, they're a threat and we're not going to support them, whatever they do. So they did not want to put it. We sought more investment. The Microsoft would not invest anything. And furthermore, as I said, they hindered our own internal efforts. And so that's kind of the story there. It ended, and I couldn't wait to leave. And I was so confident of Visistar's success that, as I said, about a month and a half later, early January of '85, I left and started a company. That was my second company I started, and it was called Solid State Software, at first to market nothing but that product. So let me pause and see if I've answered your questions and if you have any more.
Very good, very good. That really gets us almost to where I need us to be. So when you're exiting, or I should say, so HESWare in theory is doing quite well, but there's already trouble brewing due to the deal with Microsoft. And you're seeing a shift in the market. Now, what was your assessment, not just of this individual product, but what was your assessment of the home computer market in regards to productivity software? Was this something that you thought people were going to actually be able to use their computers for, or was the IBM PC already sort of outmaneuvering the Commodore 64s and Apple IIs of this world?
Okay, very good. There's one last sentence to talk about HESWare. So after I left, the HESWare, the bankruptcy court adjudicated some kind of a settlement late '84 and sold it to some company I can't even remember now, and then that company went bankrupt. So within about a year after October of '84, I think it was chapter I think which one is it? 7, that's a reorganization, and 11 is like kaput, that's finale, one or the other. I think chapter 7 is when you don't come back. Anyway, the first bankruptcy, if my memory is right, chapter 11, which means you are bankrupt, but you continue. So continued for about a year and then had the next chapter. I think 7 is the one where,
7 is liquidation. Yeah, 7 is liquidation.
That's it. So, yeah, that's it. So they put a, stake through your heart and you're done. I had no involvement after October 84. It was none of my business and I was doing something else. Okay. Now, as far as your assessment of the home computer, you have to realize back then a PC cost about $4,000 in the mid 80s, which is, inflation is just unbelievably, rampant right now. So I don't know what that'd be like. I don't know. I'm just guessing, maybe $8,000 or something. A PC was Yeah. So basically the hierarchy was, the reality was the military, the Pentagon, even today, they have $6 trillion unaccounted for. It's a lawless, I won't get political here, but year after year, they take trillions and they don't account for it. There's no accounting, right? It's been 20 years. The day before 9/11, on 9/10, the defense secretary was testifying in Congress. Oh yeah, we can't find $5 trillion. Hey, Joe, do you know where that $5 trillion is? It's an embarrassment. And the very next day was 9/11, and then nobody talks about it. So anyway, at the creme de la creme, at the very top of all computing is always the military. Then underneath them is the high corporate, Fortune 500, the IBMs of the world. They have the next best computers, and all those are what would you call mainframes, millions of dollars, beyond, nothing to do with you and me, just regular home people.
Yeah.
Underneath that is not the Fortune 500, but maybe the Fortune 5,000. Solid companies, maybe they got 20, 30 employees. They would buy mini computers like PDP-11 from DEC and digital, what the heck was it? There was a bunch of these digital something, blah, blah. Yeah, well, that's DEC. There was another one. There was digital this and digital that. There were quite a number of companies, I would say, seriously, plus HP, they were making what was literally called a mini computer. Okay, so it's the poor man's mainframe. If you were a big company, but not that big, you went and bought a mini computer, which might cost maybe 100,000, not millions, but 100,000. So that's the very serious people buying serious computers to run their serious businesses. Now, below that was a huge gap, and that's where people with maybe a business with 2 or 3 or 4 employees or a single entrepreneur, they were using IBM PC. So if you couldn't afford $100,000 for a mini computer, then you went to what I was saying about $4,000 to $5,000 before you walk out the door, which is maybe $10,000 today. And that's how very small, what could be called mom and pop, they were running the PC and or the Apple II, because the Apple II really didn't have many games. It was running VisiCalc and was doing okay. But by that time, they started to falter relative to the IBM, because I told you that VisiCalc was the application that made Apple II and the Apple line of Macintosh. And then the IBM came along, and then they had Lotus 1, 2, 3. So Apple II started to fade back, and I'm talking like a market share of 3%, which is just almost a joke and not really relevant. And then along the way, some other apps started to come in with Photoshop and all that. I won't get too distracted, but so the Apple II is not doing that great for business, to answer your question. And it's the IBM PC. But hey, not everyone can afford $10,000 PC. So now we come to the C64, and a lot of people, small people, there's like 1 person, 2 person, they were using the C64, which was, how much was it? I think it was $600, I believe.
Well, by this point in 1984, you can pick up the C64 for under $200 as a computer. The disk drive will still cost you an extra $220.
Okay, so that was what it was. There were a bunch of other little computers, but basically the C64, there was Amiga. I won't get into all of that, but the C64 began to be kind of the sweet spot for people like HESWare, and this new company that I started, Solid State Software, because they didn't really have business applications. And those business applications, the few that were out there, were doing very well. That's why I was very confident that VisiCalc would do very well. So now let me segue and answer your question by giving you exact example, not just my opinion, but exactly what I was doing with home computer for business software on the C64. And as I said, I just started a company and hired 2 people. So there was just 3 of us, and I was marketing this product, VisiStar, and it was by this time on a disk drive, not a cartridge. And this went on to, that product, VisiCalc, went on to make me a lot of money. As I told you, as I told you, I had a strange love affair with aviation and flying. You know, I always wanted to be an astronaut. So the first thing I did when I made a lot of money and I didn't, and I had some time, is I went and bought an airplane. And I told you, I learned that when I was 19 years old, I learned to fly an airplane before I learned how to drive a car. So I'm out there having fun. This product, VisiCalc, is doing great. It's winning all kinds of awards at the Consumer Electronics Show, which back in those days was the big, I don't know what they have now. They have Comdex or something. Like winning like C64 Productivity Software of the Year. And anyway, I'm getting a lot of kudos. I'm doing crazy business, making a lot of money. It only takes 3 of us. And that was my main product. And Solid State Software started to do well. So this is about the time. So everything I told you with HESWare was towards the end of 84 and into mid 85. I'm still in my 20s. But in June of 85, I turned 30. And right on schedule, Carl, like clockwork, I'm in my midlife, and midlife crisis begins. I'm like, okay, I got an airplane. You got to have an airplane. I'm skiing in Switzerland. Got to have a huge house. You got to have a pool. Got to have a jacuzzi, RV, truck to haul the RV. Everything is brand new. Top, I'm doing very well financially, and I'm keep going. Well, how come I'm still so unhappy? And so the midlife crisis just gets worse and worse year after. So after about a couple of years, I'm really seriously losing interest in life, to be totally honest. It's not working out. I'm unhappy, even though I'm financially okay. And I'm starting to question life and get beyond just working and getting up and working. So after about 2 years, I just shut it down, believe it or not. I ran Solid State Software for about 2 years, and I said, okay, that's it. I got to find my way in the world. I'm not that interested in making money anymore. So I bought this huge 33-foot RV, a brand new truck to haul it, and believe it or not, I was going to drive around the United States, just discovering the world and discovering myself and seeing what life would be chaotic, unplanned. I don't know if any of the listeners here, if you're not from the United States, it's a massive country with roads everywhere, and I was thinking, I don't know, a couple of 3 years, I'll just drive around in my RV, and because I love to travel, I love history, geography. I just thought I would have fun, but especially I would discover myself and the world and what it's all about. By that time, I was definitely not very interested in making money because I had plenty and I wasn't happy. So then I began that process, and then believe it or not, my trip. This is the funniest thing, Carl. I was going to drive around all around the United States for like a couple of years. If you know where San Francisco is, well, Santa Rosa is about 1 hour north of San Francisco. It's the wine country, Sonoma County, as it's famous for all the wine. I got up to 1 hour from San Francisco in my new RV. I'm going to travel around the United States. I have 2 friends there. I say hello to them. I say, oh, hang out here. Okay. Well, a couple of weeks becomes a couple of months. And now I'm like, and they, hey, let's start a new company. And we'll call it Micro, you can run it and it'll be a retail store. And, I don't know, something about it appealed to me, and so that's my whirlwind USA tour. I went about 1 hour. That's about as far as I went, and then I just parked the RV. I gave it to my mom, and I bought a house in Santa Rosa, and began my next entrepreneurial. It was called Micro Galaxy, and it was a retail store in the heart of Santa Rosa, basically selling PCs and computers, C64s, Amigas, things like that. We would sell hardware and software, and so that is segueing into, we're talking 80, 89, 90, and 91. And so those 3 years, I'm in this huge house, and I'm just getting lonelier and unhappier by the day. And I'm like, geez, all I do is I get up, I go to work. I'm becoming more. My midlife crisis is just getting worse. And by now I'm exactly 35, and I'm just not happy with the world and with myself and all of that. And so I begin to segue out of a business and that kind of thinking and focus and whatnot. And I begin to look to my roots. I'll just briefly, just a few sentences and leave it there. And then if you're interested, I could go more into it. And so I began to discover more the Eastern route, the Western route, if I may say so. The United States is all about the nirvana, the end goal of life. It appears like, oh, you need to be a billionaire. The more money you have, the happier you'll be. And I found out that's simply not true whatsoever. And so I'm more like, okay, the outside world and the science doesn't interest me. I want to go internally. I want to meditate. I want to find out what life is about and what is the meaning of life, and find a soulmate. I've been single all this time up to this moment. I'm dating and whatnot, but I never got very serious. And so I began to segue out of that. And in conclusion, by the end of 91, I am just not very happy. So there comes a day, literally on the day after Valentine's Day. So I remember this day exactly, on February 14th, 1992. By the way, I had 2 other investors in this Micro Galaxy. I owned about 60%, so I was the majority owner. I could do whatever I wanted. And I had 2 other investors who were minority. And I said, hey, his name was Raja. He was one of the top guys to go to China, and he did very well in China with PCs when they were just starting in the 80s. So I went, hey, Raja, I need to meet with you. I have something important to talk to you about with Micro Galaxy. Can we meet? Sure, come on down. So I go to his office. This is relevant. I'm going to tell you why. So I go to his office in San Francisco, and his secretary says, oh, I'm sorry. He just went to Sausalito, which is on the other side of the bay. Why don't you call him and meet him at so-and-so restaurant? I said, yeah, whatever. Okay. So it's around 6 p.m. on February the 14th, 92. And I say, and then Raja meets me at some appointed, it was a restaurant called Perry's. And he comes walking in the restaurant, and with him is this kind of good-looking woman, about maybe mid to late 20s. And I noticed her, but anyway, I'm not at that moment. I'm like, Raja, okay, listen, here's the deal. I want out. I'm not happy. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but here's the keys to Micro Galaxy. You can have it. You can eat it, burn it, sell it. I don't care what you want to do with it. I'm out. I'm done. I am just not very happy in life, and I don't want to be doing Micro Galaxy anymore. It's yours. You can do whatever. And he said, well, I'm busy in China. So anyway, I later on just put that into bankruptcy. But the reason I over and over in my life, Carl, I have this weird, if this is of interest to you, it's kind of metaphysical. I won't get into it if you're not interested, but
no, go
I've had all these weird, really? Okay. Okay. I'm going to tell you something. Okay. So I go there to basically kill a company. That company, Micro Galaxy, died that day. But then who do I meet? That woman that was with Raja at that restaurant, that woman became my future wife. So when Micro Galaxy died, my relationship and marriage continued. Not only that, but more freaky, her name is Audrey. Now, after about 35 years, we're divorced now. It's ex-wife, but I have a couple of kids in 20s. But my point was that not only did I meet her at the very instant of a company dying and then she being born, but the strange thing is, if you believe in destiny, she was destined to be my wife, because the very day, the exact day, month, and year that I was born, it could have been to the very hour, certainly within 1 or 2 hours, her parents were getting married. So her parents were born literally on the day. I was being born at about 12:20 on a Sunday, and they were getting married that day at about that time, 3:30 on the East Coast.
Wow.
It's important, I'm not talking just the, same day and the same month. I'm talking the same year, almost the same hour. Her parents got married and I was being born. So like that, I got my job at Radical literally 4 hours after my dad died. My dad died on a certain day, and 4 hours later, I got a call from Radical. They took 6 months to make a decision to hire me. Ian Wilkinson was my boss and the CEO and founder. He was interviewing me. I went like 4 interviews at Radical, and he's gone for South Korea for a month, and like 6 months is going on in this interview. I've never been interviewed 6 months in my life. Anyway, I got the job, and they told me, okay, Ian is going to make a decision on Saturday. Call us at 9 o'clock. Okay, I call at 9 o'clock. They said, okay, Ian has decided you're going to be hired. And then in those days, we had voicemail, and I checked my voicemail, and they tell me 4 hours earlier, I didn't know there was a call. They said, calling to let you know that your dad passed away. So I have many more weird, freaky things having to do with dates, where the fundamental thing is when something dies, something is born. There's an balance in the equation. I think in one of the Star Wars, I think it's, who was it? I think when, who was that guy, the wise guy, Obi-Wan? I think when he dies, Obi-Wan dies, I think that the bad guy, Darth Vader, says, I feel a disturbance in the Force, or something like that. It's like that, in my opinion. There really is a balance in duality, and when something dies, something will be born. Anyway, so that's kind of giving you my story. I really don't have much recollections and all of that. As Solid Software did not do well towards the end, because I began to lose interest, and same with Micro Galaxy. And then, I'm forgetting one little important gap. So for several years now, I'm thinking about what I'm going to do. I'm not happy with the business world. I'm not happy, period. And I'm more and more gravitating towards my other half of my genetics and my life, which is the Indian side, because I had grown up from 4 until 11 in Kerala, South India. Then I came back to the United States for 3 years. Then I went back and finished high school. So I've lived in both places, and I began to look more into yoga. And then I came across Autobiography of a Yogi by Swami Yogananda, which is the #1 book in the world. For anybody that's into meditation and yoga, according to a guy that did all the research, about 90% of all the people that have been turned on to yoga were turned on from this one very book, Autobiography of a Yogi by Swami Yogananda. And I read that. By now I've read it 9 times. Steve Jobs, that was his Bible. He read it once a year from the time he was 18. So he read it about 42 times in his life. And it was the one book that he gave away to everybody at his funeral. And it was the one and only book that he had on his iPad. So Steve Jobs, that's time for another story. Steve Jobs is hugely influenced by India and yogi. He went and lived in India when he was 19 or 20 for 9 months. Yeah. There's a whole fascinating story about his influence of yoga. But that's what that book influenced me. And the last thing to say is I'm alive again because of Swami Yogananda, because my My dad was a singer of South Indian music from South India, and my mom was, I've told you before, my dad was from India and my mom was from Indiana. She's basically French and English heritage. And by the time she's 13, she's like reading autobiography of a yogi. And so my dad happened to be a guest singer at the Mount Washington headquarters of Self-Realization Fellowship, which is what Swami Yogananda was his his organization. And so my dad was a guest singer there, and my mom went to see him and met him there, and then she was wanted more, so she like stalked him, my dad, and got on the same bus that he was going somewhere, and then they started talking. They got, a couple of months later they were married and I was born. So I have this destiny with yoga and all that, and so that began to take over my life more, and that's where it is today. And then I decided I need to take a vow, because doing is easy. Anybody can do almost anything. It's very hard not to do something. To abstain from something is very hard. And the foundation of yoga, it has also its own 10 commandments, the 5 do's and the 5 don'ts. And the number one commandment in yoga is non-violence. Abstain from harming anything or anyone. And so I decided I would take a vow never to eat meat again. And that was late, around Thanksgiving of 91. So what is that, 32 years ago? And I've kept my vow. I have not eaten meat since that. So I became more of a yogi. And if you're interested, I'm about to do something with Rugu Yoga, as I call it. And that's a whole nother thing if you're interested. But so in summary, what I'm saying is I left HESWare. I would have been worth a lot of money if that company had done well and gone public. I had a lot of stock, but in the end, it became nothing. So it was worth nothing to me. And then I founded Solid State Software and achieved quite a bit of financial success and bought everything that I wanted to buy, because I thought that's how you get happy. And I found out that's simply not true. Money does not, as someone said, if you have a lot of money, you can come to you can arrive at your problems in a limousine or something. Tony Robbins said that, but you still have your problems. So I was not very happy. And after I left HESWare for the next 5-6 years, I just got more and more and unhappy until I began to do more yoga things and meditation and whatnot, focusing internally. And then I said that was November 91. So literally 3 months later, I met my future wife. And then, had kids. After that, I've never been an entrepreneur. I was not into all of that. And then I was a producer at a couple of places, and then got promoted to executive producer. And then I started running studios. I ran the flight simulator and simulations division of Sierra. It was called Dynamix. It was about 50 people in Eugene, Oregon. And after that, I left and retired for a few years in Maui while the kids were before school age. And then in 2000, I joined Wild Tangent, which was a big thing back then for a few years. And then I left and I went to Radical, as I mentioned, which was a very big, probably the pinnacle of my software management career. And then in 2006, after we sold Radical to Vivendi Universal, which was a massive company, it was like in the top 100 companies in the world. They bought, they own Universal and it's a big conglomerate. And it was just not tenable for me. I went from being the number 2 guy at Radical. I had a $35 million budget. I could get things done, to anything I needed to get done. Okay, I have to talk to my boss. Well, he's got to check with his boss in Los Angeles. That guy's got to check with his boss in New York. We've got to check with his boss in France. And things that would take a day or a week would take like months or never. So it was not something that interested me very well. I did have stock there, and after we sold it. Anyway, so I retired in 2006 and devoted full-time to kids and various hobbies and whatnot, and more yoga and writing. I probably have about 1,000 pages of notes that I've written in that time. And that is what is about to come to fruition, hopefully in the next few months. And it'll be called, very soon, the website will be up. It'll be called ruguyoga.com. And I won't go too much further other than saying Rugu Yoga seeks to unite Western science with Eastern yoga using their common language, which is, believe it or not, numbers and mathematics.
Okay. And we'll definitely have to get back to that. But you covered a lot of turf now in your career. I want to go back. So you have that break from from working in the software industry. You refocus. You start a family. What is it? What is the impetus to go back? Is it just to have an income stream, or did you feel that there was something that you wanted to achieve still in the software industry?
Okay, I'm not 100% understanding the question. Are you talking about the break after I left Radical?
No. I'm going way back before Dynamix. So after you sell off the company.
Gotcha. Just because I was too young. I mean, I was like in my early 40s or something. I turned 40 when I was at Dynamix. So I didn't even occur to me that I should retire. I mean, I'm 40. I got young kids. Actually at that time I just had a newborn. My first child, my daughter, was born in Eugene right after I turned 40. So I was not thinking in any fashion of retiring. I'm just thinking of working in the software industry because if I have to work, that's what I love. That's what I know. I'm a software geek, not that much into hardware, but software, I have a passion for that, as I told you from the very early times when I fell in love with computers. And so I'm just going there, but deep underneath, it's like the iceberg, that's, you can see the top 10%, the 90% underneath, that's me. Even though I'm working underneath the iceberg, I'm not really happy with life. I mean, having kids and all that, but there's growing, gnawing feeling inside of me that there's got to be something better to life than this. This is all you do. You get up, you work, make some money. Well, I know money is not going to make me happy. And I just start seeing the, I guess the negativity of life. Until then, I'm just young and stupid or whatever, and I'm just going along and plugging along. I don't know if you ever read Animal Farm from George Orwell. I'm like Napoleon. Remember Napoleon, the horse? He just works. He's just a workhorse. He just works, and whatever everybody tells him to do, he just works. I'm like that. I'm not thinking of a retirement or like that, but I am, it started in my 30s after I left HESWare, and I got everything. I told you, I got my airplane and everything. That's when my midlife crisis started. Because I'm like, I got everything. I got the only thing I don't have is a boat. I could buy a boat, but I don't, I'm not a big water person. I'm like starting to get unhappy, and it began. So to answer your question in terms of breaking from the software industry, I'm not really wanting to do it, but I got to do it. It didn't occur to me not to do it at that point in time, and so I'm working for a living. So that's my impetus. Yes, partly to work, partly because I'm like 41. What am I going to do? I'm not into golfing or, I'm just too early to retire. So it doesn't even occur to me to do anything other than what I know. And it's easier for me to get a job. So I just go from one company to another. I think after I left the Solid State after I left Micro Galaxy and no longer was an entrepreneur, I think I worked for a total of 4 companies in that span of time, which would have been, about 15 years or something like that. So that's the impetus. I like the software. I'm advancing up and up the ranks. And at Radical, I was the executive producer in charge of all production, reporting to the president. And Radical had about maybe 260 people. It was at that time the second largest developer in Canada after Electronic Arts, and one of the largest third-party software developers in the world, and I at about 230 of those employees are working for me. So I think I'm arrived at having fun. We're doing very well. And then I told you we sold the company, and I got lot of money from the stock options. And that's when I'm like, okay, by that time, that's another several years later. And I'm like, I don't like the corporate world. I don't like I think you get the picture. I'm just not into just working for work's sake. A lot of people, in other words, most people work to make money. Well, I don't care that much about making money. It's that I've always been provided by the universe. I've never starved. I've never been on the street. The universe has taken care of me. And, it's like, was it the Buddha? I think the Buddha is like, happiness is not wanting more. Happiness is being happy with less. And that's the route I began, to be more minimalist and not needing as many. This is all the stuff that Rugu gets into in terms of desire, and the Buddha saying desire is the root of all unhappiness and all of that. So I started going more into that, and I just kind of retired. And after that, I've not really. I did a teeny bit of consulting once in a while out of blue. Somebody finds me somewhere and asks my opinion on something, and I charge them a little bit of money. Not much. I'm not into all of that. So I really haven't earned an income other than my investments since 2006. Now, I'm not 100% sure I've answered your question.
No, that actually does answer it. It's I wanted to get a little bit into your headspace when you get back into it, to maybe understand some of the decisions, because you said you didn't want to be an entrepreneur anymore. You wanted a management position when you got back in. And what was your experience coming back into the industry in that management position? Was it difficult for you to adapt to not being the entrepreneur anymore?
No, just the opposite. The reason I stopped being an entrepreneur is was it Harry Truman had a little motto on his desk: "The buck stops here."
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm like that. When you're when you're the entrepreneur and the founder and the president and the chief of everything, all the buck stops there with me. Every little problem is my problem. And I'm like, shit, I don't need that anymore. I want to be number two. I want to be number two. I want to work for. I want my boss to be the buck stops here. All the problems can belong to him. I just want my little domain, which is software development. I love that. I know software. I love to develop it. I like to work with software people. I'm not as much interested in human relations and running his servers and all the other departments. What are the other departments? They got payroll and all kinds of other little small departments that you have to be responsible if you're the CEO. I don't want all of that. I just want to be focused very narrowly. I want to be a big frog in a smaller pond than the opposite. So that is I'm not at all unhappy to have less responsibility. That's what I want. But at the same time, being an entrepreneur means, hey, if I make a decision, that's what happens. And I wanted that authority. And as the universe delivered to me, it was perfect, because my boss, Ian Wilkinson, the founder of Radical, there was a big company back then in Vancouver, British Columbia in Canada. He was a business guy. What was the name of the school? I can't remember now, but he went to the Harvard of Canada. In other words, a business school in Canada, the best business school in Canada. So he was a business guy. And he loved ice hockey. He's a true Canadian. He's out there playing ice hockey. That's what he loves, and running his business. He's not interested in video games. He doesn't even play video games. That's why I should tell you this. The company was starting to suffer. There was just Ian Wilkinson, and then they had a bunch of producers, and they're having failures. And, I get there after I was hired. 2 weeks after I was hired, Atari is visiting us, and then they're canceling some project, obviously nothing to do with me. It's because 1 year of what do you call it, problematic development and all of that. So in summary, what I'm saying is, if Ian is listening, pardon me, but this is the truth. He was not that interested in running the software. He wanted to run the company and do his thing. And everybody told me after, thank God you're here. Ian's not interested. He's pumping iron in the gym, and he's a fantastic business person. I am not taking away anything. So in other words, we made a good pair. I'm not interested in all this businessy stuff. You can take care of of it. You got the Harvard degree and all that. That's your thing. I'm not into that at all. I went through that phase I was an entrepreneur in charge of everything. I don't want that anymore in my life. I got kids. I got life. I'm not wanting that. So he did what was very important. He did it well, and I took that off of my shoulder, and then I took off of his shoulder software development, and it was a lot of problems. It was in a lot of trouble, and I have a history of coming into troubled companies and very quickly turning it around. So it went from a company that was laying off 30, 40 people after I got there. That was my first job. Literally a week after I got there, he had said, okay, we got to lay off 50 people. And I was very good at it because I didn't know anybody. I was very neutral. And what does this guy do? And I went around and checked with everybody. And later on, people told me I did a valuable service in this layoff because I was able to be completely neutral. So anyway, within a year after that, we went from being in a lot of trouble at Radical to turning it around. And then we had Vivendi step up and give us quite a few millions of dollars to buy an option to buy the entire company. So that was in 2004. And then a year later in 2005, we continued to have very good development. The company was doing well, and then they exercised their option to buy the company. So now in summary to what you're talking about, I love that I was no longer seeking to be the top guy of an entire company. I just want to be the top guy of software development. And so I'd gone from managing 10 people to 50 people to now about 230 people. That's what I like. The company did well. And as I said, after we sold it, I was, I would say, completely emasculated or unable to maneuver because one of the 100 biggest companies in the world is making decisions at a local level in British Columbia. It's just ridiculous. And by the way, the story very quickly after I left, a month later, Ian Wilkinson Fred Snow, the CFO, left about a month after I left, and about a month after that, Ian Wilkinson left so within about 2 or 3 months after I left, it was a completely different company. The new Vivendi Universal consolidated their ownership, and I think they ran it for about 1 or 2 years and then shut it down. And third-party development is not doing very well. And as I told you, just to end the story, I left Radical when I retired with a lot of very firm ideas about the direction of the industry, what was going to happen, all the negativity. And about 6 months after I left in January of 2007, I was on a prestigious panel at Vancouver Film School's first game expo. I think they've had it every year since then. And I was the only contrarian in that there was the general manager of EA Canada, number one guy in Canada and a top guy in all of EA in the world. He's there on the panel, and a bunch of other important big, muckety mucks are on the panel. And there's Jay Balakrishnan. He's the only guy saying everything opposite of what everybody else is talking about. No, photorealism will be just fine. No, Vancouver industry is going to be in a lot of trouble. You're going to lose the entire industry. They're all going to move to Montreal. A lot of indies are going to take over the world. So anyway, my point is that after this panel that I was on, because I was the only person talking something opposite of everybody, I got interviewed 3 or 4 times, just, over coffee or something. And the guy would put a tape recorder on, and I just want to interview you. And 3 hours later, and that turned into 3 separate articles on the internet, and I've sent you links to those, Carl. Yeah. And that is basically, I counted them. There were 15 or 16 very specific big predictions that I made in those 3 articles, and I think about 80-90% of all of them have come true. That's part of what Rugu Yoga is about. I have created a new ism. I call it digitalism, and it's the laws of digits. And it's relevant to the worldview of this world that we live in today, which is entirely digital, which is entirely mental, right? You can't give me a bit. There's not, it's all mental. Everything to do with computers is a mind thing. The internet is not sending you your coffee over the wires. all it's over the fiber optic cable. All that's going is light and information, and fundamentally just ones and zeros. So all of this, since I've been a digital citizen for 40 years or something, I have a unique perspective. I'm not brighter than anybody else at connecting these dots, but I have collected way, way, way more dots than other people. So I have a unique skill in connecting the dots, unlike anybody else, because I've accumulated a vast mountain of dots and data over the decades and decades I'm one of the few people alive today that lived before anybody was using even a calculator. I mean, I was born before Sputnik. I was born, before there was satellites in the sky. So, I go back a ways. I have a unique perspective that you just cannot acquire. If you're born into the world today and all you know is digital this and digital that, there's a difference in it. And I've been able to encapsulate that into the laws of digits. Literally, the digits have numbers and have laws, Benford's law and all kinds of crazy laws. And that's what is happening. And that's why many of the extrapolations that I have made and predictions I made have come true, because I can see the world in a very unique way. All of that will be disclosed in Rugu Yoga when in the next 2 to 3 months, early next year. Rugu Yoga, that's RUGU yoga.com will go live. Rugu is just guru backwards. That's the fundamental point. Everybody's looking for a guru, some guru to come and save them. And so Guru Rugu. Rugu is just guru backwards, and the motto is be your own guru. Everything you need to know is within you, and the whole world is having a lot of problem because everything we seek is external. Money, people, relationship, everything is external, whereas Buddha, to end this, basically said, happiness comes from within. Do not seek it from without. And that's what I've learned. That's what I know is the case. And I've spent 32 years in meditation and yoga, and I now, after having written 1,000 pages on these matters, I am now ready to go public, and then it'll be time for me to die and get recycled by Earth.
Very, very cool. Now, I do have to go back another step, and the job at Dynamix. So, how does that come about? Was that built off of a previous connection that you had with either Ken Williams or somebody at Sierra or somebody at Dynamix, or was it just they were looking for somebody and you answered an ad?
Okay. All right. So just very, very, very quickly, and just to fill in a couple of gaps. So after I told you I had this climax of my midlife crisis around Thanksgiving of 91, and I decided I'm going to change my life. I'm going to be a yogi. I took a vow to be a yogi, took a vow never to eat meat. And then, as I told you, literally 2.5 months later, I met my future wife. And about a year after I met her, I was just, living and just trying to figure out what I wanted to do in my life. She actually found, in those days, there was no internet. So she found literally what they used to have classified ads in newspapers. And she's the one that said, hey, I was living in Santa Rosa in this huge house. I told you, 5,000 square foot house where I was becoming unhappy by the day. And so I was living there, and San Rafael is like half an hour from Santa Rosa. She finds an ad in the newspaper and says, hey, Jay, there's a ad for a producer at a company called Mindscape. They were making a Miracle Keyboard, Chess Master, Mavis Beacon teaches typing. They had licensed Nintendo Mario. So I was anyway. I went and applied for that job. I got that job, and I did that for a couple of years. But I left after a little while. I wasn't very happy. They weren't very happy with me. You get the picture. I'm not really that happy after I left. I haven't found my place in the universe. I haven't found what I'm looking. It's what is that U2 song? Still haven't found what I'm looking for. That's like my life. I'm looking. I got a woman now, and then we're having a good time and 6 months after I met her, we get married and kids and this, that, the other. But deep down, I still haven't found what I'm looking for. But anyway, after I left, so I was there about a year and a half. I was a producer on some of these products, and then I left. And then, to answer your question, I had a friend of mine, Mark Mencher, who had one time, I met him somewhere. He's a headhunter, what they call, the official word is recruiter, but colloquially you call him headhunter. And he started forming a relationship with me and vice versa. And he says, "Hey, Jay, I've got this book called How to Get," I can't remember the precise title. It's probably still, I'm sure it's on Amazon. Something like How to Get into the Video Game Industry, something like that. And he talks, it was a very good book. It did well. And he has all the different, QA and CEO and producer. He said, "Hey, Jay, can you write the chapter on the producers for me?" I said, "Okay, fine." So I wrote maybe 80% of the chapter in that book on what a producer does if you want to get into the video game industry. And so I started forming a relationship with him. And while I was at Dynamix, I think that's why he called me, wanting to place people into Dynamix. I can't really remember. It's like whatever that is, 35, 40 years ago. But I think maybe I used him to hire somebody. Oh yeah, now I remember. I did hire one or two people using him as a recruiter into Dynamix. Sorry. Before that at Mindscape. So then I began to form a relationship with him. And when I left that place, I told him, "Hey, Mark, I'm now looking for a job." And he said, "Okay, let me see what's up." And he sent me a couple of different places, but then he says, "Hey, there's a job in Eugene, Oregon." At that time, it was not owned by Sierra. It was a separate company called Dynamix, and it had about maybe 80, 100 people. But the big division was the simulations division, had about 50 people. People today won't really know these games, but it was Aces of the Deep Submarine. Red Baron was a flying game. We had Earthsiege was a mech warrior, kind of a lot of simulation was being made, and it was considered the top simulation developer in the world, Dynamix. And so that's how I got in, through this headhunter. He placed me. I went in. I met the president. I met Stu, I met a bunch of people there and went through 2 or 3 interviews. And they said, "Okay, we want to hire you." So then I moved from the Bay Area, San Francisco area, to Eugene, Oregon, and began working as the executive producer of this simulations division of Dynamix, which was their main division of about maybe 3 or 4 teams making different games. In those days, all it took is about 5, 8, 10 people tops to make a game, and so there was about 50 people. By the time I got to Radical, we were making console games, and those games took 50, 60, 70 people. So we had, I think I had about 5 teams under my supervision at Radical. So I believe that answers your question. I found Dynamix through a headhunter, and I was quite happy there. Then my daughter was born there. I bought a house there and lived in Eugene, Oregon, for a while. Not very happy there with the weather. Oh my God, it just rains frickin' every day. I like the sun myself. It's like UK, England, a lot of places in the UK just rains all the time. So I'm not that happy with Eugene, Oregon. But anyway, and then just very quickly after anyway, I better pause there. I think that answers your question about Dynamix. It was just head of a division. So all these times now, to be clear, in case you're wondering, I'm not doing any programming whatsoever, other than maybe a little bit of hobby or something. Not very important. I'm basically a manager, and so I manage as an executive producer. I manage producers who head up. They are the boss of different teams. So a producer runs like a Red Baron team. Another producer runs the Aces of the Deep sub simulation. Another one runs another like that, and I manage the producers. So I'm like producer, purely a management job, and I'm okay. I'm happy with that, but I'm not doing any programming.
Okay. Now, and I really want to dig a little bit into this idea of the producer's producer, because you said you got to Dynamix before they were acquired by Sierra, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
While I was there, I think maybe 6 months after I got there, it was in late '93, October-ish or so, is when I got there. I can't remember the exact date. Something like 6 months later is when Sierra bought Dynamix.
Okay, so when you first get there, the workflow inside the company, because Dynamix is an important company at that point, but they're not huge yet. Well, they never become an EA or something, but
right.
When you arrive, are each of the projects basically running with their own budgets and building their own tools? What I guess I'm getting at is I'm trying to figure out what is the role of the producer's producer in regards to company resources.
Okay. Talking at Dynamix and Radical, Dynamix is just a mini microcosm of Radical. It's just Radical was a bigger company, but pretty much both companies and all those, even at Mindscape and all those kind of companies, any game develop, even today, it's not much has changed. And so to answer your question, Dynamix, I left Dynamix because at about that time, in the early 90s, the market is becoming big. The video game market is becoming bigger and bigger, becoming more and more mainstream, becoming more mass market. And what does that mean is that simulations, simulating a submarine or simulating airplanes or mechs, that was what the number one division at Dynamix was, the simulations division that I headed up, and it was obviously the big money maker. They also had another division with about 20 people headed up by Peter Cook, was sports. They were making pretty good sports games, but EA was obviously the king of that. And so what I was doing was in simulations, hardcore simulations, and that market was just dying and dying and dying. We went from, I think in 93, some of our games, Cyberstorm and stuff was on the front cover of PC Magazine and stuff like that, to within a couple of years, nobody cared about Sims because it was a hardcore market that was shrinking, not growing very much, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah. The simulations is bigger mainstream stuff, that the Marios and the sports and platform game, all kinds of other categories were growing, and the Sims didn't go down, but it just became a smaller and smaller part of the pie until it became really not a big deal and nobody cares anymore. And I could see the writing on the wall. And once Sierra bought Dynamix, the same thing that would happen to me later in life when Radical was bought by Vivendi Universal, same thing happens. I would say anybody listening, if some big company buys your company and you're what I would call an outpost, in other words, if you're not working at headquarters, wherever that might be, with Sierra, headquarters was Ken Williams and his wife, and they were in Seattle, and I'm working in Eugene. With Radical, I'm in British Columbia, Vancouver, and the real headquarters in France. So they don't know you. You're some number, some decimal point somewhere on a spreadsheet. And so once Sierra bought, my boss's boss, something. Once in a while, I think I did flew to from Eugene to Seattle to meet my boss and Ken Williams and all that. I met some of the top people, but then you fly back to Eugene and there's no, it's, you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, the relationships is hard. If you're an outpost of a big company and you're not at the headquarters, it's not good for your career. You're not bumping into the boss at the water cooler and blah, 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 and in meetings. So it's not good for your career when a bigger company buys you and they're headquartered somewhere else. And so that's what happened. again, what I was doing became less important to some people, and the game industry wasn't doing well that time. Sierra was having problems of its own. And what do they always do? Every company right now, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. There's a company called Embracer, I think it's called. It's a big company, and they were expecting to get hundreds of millions of dollars from Saudis, and it didn't come through. And so right now, they're laying off they're shutting down all kinds of studios. This is what always happens when the big headquarters, something goes wrong, all the outlying companies get the pain first. He's not going to fire his, guy down the hall that he sees every day, 5 times a day. They're going to fire all these faceless people out there, and they're going to shrink and whatever they call it, RIF. They used to call it RIF, reduction in force. There's always some, euphemism, sugarcoating for all the firings of people. And so the RIF started happening at Dynamix from Sierra, and I could see the writing on the wall, and that was my first experience understanding that, I butted heads with somebody. This is the exact truth and how it really works. I butted heads with an equal of mine, a peer of mine, at Sierra's headquarters. He wasn't my boss, but he was not an underling, and I thought very little of this guy. I thought he was screwing up, and I said, that guy should be fired. And then he goes and talks to somebody who talks to Ken Williams. I'm like, I know I was right. The guy wasn't very competent, but, I feel the pain. So I was not very happy there, and that's the situation that I found myself in, is what I was head of the simulations, and that's pretty much all that this 50-person simulations division did, is simulation, and that market is not doing good. Nobody cares about our Red Baron 2 and all these other sequels. This is not much market, and I decided there's no place for me here. Plus, I don't like Eugene. I like Eugene. I like the vibe. It's a nice place, but I hate the weather. Literally every day it rains and rains and rains. It's just depressing for me. I don't like that kind of weather. So anyway, and our kids started to grow up, and I decided to leave there. I believe that answers your question. If not,
yes, it does. Now, while you're witnessing this, did you have any authority over the decision process for which games to greenlight? So, like you said, Red Baron 2. Obviously, Red Baron 1 was a success, early 90s. By the time Red Baron 2 is starting to come out, Doom has already appeared, and the whole first-person shooter thing is beginning to take hold in the PC market. So, was there any kind of internal discussion inside the company of pivoting those simulation resources into other types of games?
Okay, good question. To answer that question, I think I've set the stage amply that after I left being an entrepreneur, I just want to be number 2. I didn't want to have all the problems in the world fall on my lap. I just want to have a narrow focus. So again, at Dynamix, Tony Renicky was my boss, and he was a brilliant mathematician and a brilliant business guy, but didn't really know anything about software development. That's why they hired me. So everywhere I go, I'm the software guy. I have good knowledge, good intuition, and being a programmer, I can talk to and work with programmers. So I'm the number 2 guy at Dynamix and the number 2 guy at Radical, and that suits me perfectly. And so to answer your question now, the selection of which games to greenlight in my division at the beginning, when Dynamix was self-owned, was mine. I would make a decision. No, that doesn't mean I just sit in a corner and decide. We have our meetings and our executive blah, 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 ops meeting or this committee meeting, and all the top people. There was 10 or 12 people at Dynamix from all the different divisions, and my boss, Tony Renicky. We'd all sit around and, Jay, what do you think of, Red Baron 2? I like it. I don't like it, whatever. We all hear everything. And then at the very end, Tony would say, okay, Jay, well, you've heard all the opinions. I think this, but it's your decision. What do you want to do? So I was able to, with counsel and advice, it was my decision to make. But then after we were bought by Sierra, it was completely not only not my decision, it was not even Tony Renicky's decision. He didn't have any authority either. It was all being done by Sierra out of Seattle, and I didn't think they really knew. At that time, in my humble opinion, I believe this is correct. You can look at it. Sierra was the king of adventure games. Roberta Williams had made a lot of, like, King's Quest and Phantasmagoria. I can't even remember all of it, but she had a lot. Leisure Suit Larry was very big. It was a risque kind of game. Anyway, they were really the kings of we used to call them adventure games, like Zork and other Infocoms. And it's a very common human frailty or fault that when you become an expert in one thing, and you're definitely the uncontested king of one thing, you think you're good at everything else. So these people there, I would not argue one word with them about adventure games, but simulations, I didn't think they were making the right decision. I told you there's one guy I thought he was completely wrong, and I have a nasty habit of always just speaking my mind, just being truthful. After I decided to be a yogi, number one rule is nonviolence. Number two rule is truth. Always be truthful. So I just say what's on my mind that I believe is true, and I did not think the decisions being made at Sierra were very good regarding simulations games, and I turned out to be correct. They made a lot of blunders, and then they shut down Dynamix. So there's two pending questions. So in terms of your authority, which games to greenlight? So in summary, at the very beginning when I got there, it was mine ultimately. If my boss seriously disagreed with him, he could probably countermand me, but he never did because he wasn't a video gaming guy. He was a business guy. And so that was great. But when Sierra bought it, not only were they the boss of all the decisions, but I thought further that they were making wrong decisions. Now, I made a note, one other thing, Carl, which I did not address this a second earlier. I will address that. You wanted to know at Dynamix, and then also it's pretty much the same thing at Radical, and even today it's changed a little bit, but it's very similar. The workflow. Okay, so I am managing a content team, which means that in my division, it's like almost like a military division or like a Roman legion. A Roman legion had about 5,000 people, and they could do everything. One legion had doctors. They had everything. They had cooks. They could build roads. You get the picture. There's nothing that a legion could not do. They had their own accounting department, everything. It was completely self-contained. Back then, it was about 4,800 people. And even today in the military, a division is the one complete unit that you have everything that you need to do. So these studios in the video game department that I was working on, like the simulations or Radical, they're like that with one exception. They have almost everything. And there's a few ancillary divisions that I had nothing to do with. Even today, the CFO, the chief financial officer, accounting is usually done by somebody else. Thank God. I don't want to deal with all that. Then the HR, the human resources, hiring, firing, offer letters, all that, usually another company. Then they usually have an IT department to run the servers and the computer networks internally. That's some other department. Again, nothing to do really with software development. They're all like standard components that you could put. The one exception I wanted to highlight is, and it's separate from me, and again, I'm not so technical that I would be a good fit for this, is the 3D engine. Today, we pretty much, back then, everybody wrote their own 3D engine. There were dozens of them. Today, it's pretty much Unreal, and Unity just shot themselves in the foot with Riccatello just really screwing up, and then he got fired because of that. He's got greedy and made some bad decisions. But anyway, the point is pretty much, unless you're rolling your own 3D engine, many people do, many of the big companies, Grand Theft Auto, Flight Simulator, let's see what else, like Red Dead Redemption, quite a number of high capacity. EA probably has their own engine. Some of the big companies still have their own engines like we did in the old days. But if you're most companies, you pick either Unreal or Unity. So back then at Radical, we had a division out of about 260 employees at Radical, like I said, about 35 of them worked in a very highly technical division, and it created what was called pure 3D. And it was the 3D engine. So at Radical, we had our own 3D engine. We didn't use anyone else's. And similarly, we had, but since it's so long ago, I can't remember the exact name of it, but there was also a 3D engine division at Dynamix that serviced everybody. We just used that engine. It was proprietary, which is great. You could just say, hey, I need this feature, that feature, and they take care of it. So in terms of workflow, all the ancillary corporate stuff was taken care of by other people. After I was no longer an entrepreneur, I never wanted to do all the financial and HR and running the IT department and a couple other, janitorial and some other departments that has nothing to do with anything that I know anything about. So I was always pretty much the content. We were running the content, and everybody that runs content has to use somebody's 3D engine. Like I said, today it's pretty much Unreal or Unity, or a few companies have got their own engine, but engines were usually always needed, and I always only worked at places that had their own proprietary engine, and those were never in my purview or authority, and which is just the way I liked it. Otherwise, there's so many running that department alone, you'd have to be a freaking geek's geek and study the latest weird 3D this and 3D that. Remember, I go back so early to programming that I got into 3D gaming and 3D graphics, and believe me, unbelievable. Back then, when I started in 70s and 80s, everything about 3D graphics fit in one book, maybe two books. And you just, maybe it's a medium-sized book, but that's it. Everything. And I wrote, I'm doing transpositions and I'm doing all kinds of 3D works and I'm getting into it. But of course, like the human body, now you get specialists, right? Some guy's an expert on the north end of your kidney and somebody else is a specialist on, your fingernails. And it's just, everybody is so, the body of work, of knowledge of 3D is so huge now that there's specialists upon specialists now, the 3D effects of this thing and that thing and like that. But I go back to when one person, Bruce Artwick, wrote everything on the Microsoft Lynra. One guy. He wrote everything. He had to study everything. And in fact, even the Unreal, what was his name? Tim Sweeney was the guy that started Epic and Unreal. At one time, he was the one guy, as did Carmack when he first invented Castle Wolfenstein.
Oh yeah,
Castle Wolfenstein, if from memory serves me right, Castle Wolfenstein was the very first 3D game ever, and it had a little 3D maze, and John Carmack came up with that. Anyway, my point is, there was a time when one person, really smart, you have to know everything about everything, but one person could write a 3D engine and did. That's how the Unreal Engine got started. One guy. And then, okay, now I need 2 people. Now I need 10 people. Now I need 20. And now it's probably 300 people is probably running, over at Unreal. I don't know how big they are, but that's the situation. So that answers your question about the workflow and what I did and what I did not do.
Perfect. And you said that when you got to Radical, it was pretty much a similar setup for you.
Well, Radical was the first. Until Radical, I had only worked on primarily PCs. While I was at Mindscape, we did do some, it's called SNES. The first console from Nintendo was the NES, Nintendo Entertainment System. And after a little, it didn't last very long. It was successful, but they supersized it or whatever they did, made it something super, probably better graphics. Everything is better, cheaper, more memory. And they came out with something which became a massive, massive hit. And it was called the Super NES, or SNES as we called it, SNES. And so when I was there, I did make a few games for the SNES, maybe the NES. I remember specifically just one thing while I was at Mindscape, and that is as a producer, I was in charge of 44 SKUs, what they call SKUs. SKU, which is stock keeping unit. Every pen, every toothpick you buy at Walmart, everything is going to have a number so that it's tracked. And that's called a SKU, stock keeping unit. Every retail store on the world has these. And that's what when you're scanning in your barcode, you're effectively scanning in a SKU number. And so that effectively what that means is that I might have had maybe in charge of like maybe 10 games. Maybe Chessmaster, but then there'd be a Chessmaster PC, Chessmaster SNES, Chessmaster something else, And so if you add up all these, what they call SKUs, ultimately they're products that you ship, right? You have to, something has to happen. The manual's got to be there. Everything's got to be there. So it was ridiculously, diluted. Like today, what do you got? You just got the big three, right? You just have Microsoft, Nintendo, and PlayStation. So, but back then there were maybe a dozen different outlets or consoles or platforms to ship your games on. So back in those days, that's how it was. And I was managing. I remember literally like, this is ridiculous. Some people got fired or quit or something. And I remember I was like the freaking only producer and everything came on my lap and I had to manage 44 SKUs and I was running around like crazy chicken with the head cut off kind of a thing. But, that's what that is. Then when I moved to Radical, a lot of that went away, and we just pretty much primarily was a console developer because by that time I got hired at Radical in 2003. I was there in 2003, 4, 5, and 6. During those days, by that time, the PlayStation, the current triopoly is what I call it, not a monopoly, but a triopoly, where pretty much it's Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony. They own everything, right? And PC is its own little domain. In one of those interviews, I called the PC the open source console. Those are the 4 main platforms we have today, and that's the only 4 platforms we were developing at Radical. And so, other than that, things are pretty much the same. Other than the fact that I scaled up, if you would. I went from managing 50 people with teams of about 5, 6, 7, 8. By the time I got to Radical, I was managing about 6 teams. One of them was about 8 people. The other was, it's fluid. You move things around. People, you don't want somebody to be idle. Some of the artists, they come on. Some people come on early, then they're gone. The QA people are only there at the end, like that. So you have to, in my group that I ran, which was all the groups that Radical reported to me. There was about 6 teams, and so they would range about 30 until we did Scarface, and then we had to combine 2 teams. It was such a huge. It was one of the world's first open world products, and we were, I think, the 3rd company ever to make an open world. Obviously GTA, I think, is pretty much the first one. I forget who the second one was, but we started making our own, and we had to combine 2 teams into about 100 people. We didn't even have a room big enough to hold 100 people. So that's all. The work was almost similar, but it was just scaling up larger teams, longer times. Most of the games that we were making back on those days, like The Simpsons, you won't believe this, but it only took about 9 months to make, and we probably had about 20 people working about 9 months, and out comes Simpsons Road Rage or Simpsons Hit and Run, and then it got bigger, and then we made Scarface. As I said, that was the biggest team that I had ever managed for one game. I can give you some interesting stories about Scarface if you're interested, but that team eventually... Okay, well, that combined was about 100 people, and that was our first open world game. You know what I mean by open world, where everything is streamed in. There's very little loading screen. Okay, very quickly, just a little bit of color, I can tell you exactly how the Scarface game happened. So it's let me think. So it's May of 2005, and I had been there in 2003 and 4, so I'd been there about 2 or 2.5 years. And Vivendi Universal, we were making some games for them, like The Incredible Hulk. So we had a relationship with the Universal. They would make a movie, and they would want a game to come out with it with a linkage. So we began to know them, and my boss Ian Wilkinson began to know the main guy over there, Michael, and they got friendly. And next thing you know, I had been there a year and a quarter and had turned around the company primarily because I was interested in what I was doing, and Ian freed up Ian to do what he was really wanting to do, which is run all the other parts of the company. And we were doing so well that Vivendi bought an option to buy our company. And so they exercised that option a year later, and then Radical became 100% owned by them. So once they bought that in May of 2005, one day, Michael and my boss, Ian, they call me into their office and say, "Hey, Jay, here's this huge, I'm talking like 3 or 4 inches of this binder." And they say, "Well, here are all the movies that Universal has put out. There's a few of them that we have already shipped games of, almost all of them. You can, if you want, pick out one of these movies, and we'll run it up the flagpole. I understand now it's got to go all the way to France or something. But if you want, we can run it up the flagpole and up the chain of command and see maybe they will approve having X movie from Universal, because they own all those IPs, and it's just sitting around collecting, making movie money, but there's money to be made with video games, and it might get made into it." So then I went to my team. I called my 5 or 6. I guess I had 6 producers head of my team. So the 230 people are roughly, some plus or minus. They come and they go, but about 230 people. They are headed up by 6 people. So I'm like exactly what you said, a producer's producer. So a producer, one producer manages one team, and we had 6 teams. So I called all my producers together and said, "Hey," and I gave them this binder and said, "Hey guys, anything you want, to look through this binder, and if there's a movie that you think would make an awesome video game, let's do it." And I said, all things being equal, let's continue to push the requirements for our 3D engine and our technology. Let's keep improving. We don't want to just rest on our laurels. And there was a guy called Cam Weber. Hello, Cam, if you're listening. And he says, "I don't need to look at any of that binder. No need. There's a movie called Scarface, and it came out with Al Pacino. It was a remake. Originally, there was one in the 1930s, I think. Yeah. It was originally, I think, a hidden reference to, I believe, to Al Capone. I think is who it's about.
The original version is not hidden. It is the story of Al Capone, just with different names. Yeah, I mean,
gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I have not actually even seen the original one, but I had not. I don't think I had even seen the second one. But in fact, I know I had not seen it. And then here's the interesting thing: over and over in my interviews with you, I've told you how the universe has its own plans, and it nothing. Gandhi said, "Not even a leaf stirs without it being the will of God." And so I have seen that really being true. And so here comes Cam saying, "Hey, I don't need to see any catalog. I know which movie I would like to make." And you know why? Because I'm not exaggerating. This is the number that Cam told me. He said, "I have seen Scarface 55 times. 55. 5. I've only, my favorite movie of all time is, The Good, the Bad, the Ugly. And I've probably seen it maybe 4 times. This dude, since a teenager, he has seen Scarface 55 times. He is the guy on the planet Earth to make the Scarface movie. And that's how the universe ordained it. Okay, you're going to be the Scarface guy, and you're going to do this and that, and one day you're going to end up at Radical, and one day you're going to have an opportunity. So I said, okay, Cam, I don't know. Okay, I'll go watch Scarface. And it turned out to be pretty, classic, great movie, written by Oliver Stone. Great lines, say hello to my little friend, and just some classic one-liners. A great great movie. Because we started making the game, I think I saw it 3 times, but Cam, Mr. Scarface, was the guy. So he was the guy. And then Steven Vandermesh, from South Africa, when we combined the teams, both of them had their own teams, and we had to combine 2 teams into one to make Scarface. So just very quickly, so Cam is like Mr. Passion, he loves Scarface, and very quickly he comes up with a little write-up. And all of this, I'm right there, as it's happening. Okay, Cam, hey, this looks good, Cam. Okay, I'll give it to Ian and Michael, the boss at Vivendi in Los Angeles. And they said, yeah, sounds good. It's great. Okay. So I remember being at Radical, we had this really interesting, they called it the log cabin. We were on the, what floor was it? Like the 9th floor of a building in Vancouver. And 2 floors were made into 1 floor. In other words, one floor had double height. There was not it was a huge, massive room, double height, because 1 floor was taken out, and we had like a log. It was like literally a log cabin, a little cabin for meetings and whatnot, and it could be covered up, and people would go drumming and just go crazy. We had video games. Anyway, in that environment, we made our presentation. And all the higher ups agreed, and so I was there at the birth of Scarface, and we decided, yes, we had never done this before, and only 2 other companies on earth had ever made an open world game. I forget the second one. I told you GTA was definitely the first one, and so that's how it was started. And then I was the executive producer on that for about a year. And then after I left, they have this, I'm sure you know, these golden handcuffs. If you're a senior executive and a company buys you, they don't want everybody leaving the day after they buy you. So they make your stock vest, not very much for 1 year. And you really, in your contract, you can't leave for a year. So I had to stick around. I was not that happy after Vivendi bought Radical. My role was like nothing, and I told you everything is happening in France or something. What is the guy in France? Vivendi originally was a water company, if you can believe it. Water.
Yeah.
It's a utility company, out of France, and somehow or the other, I don't know the whole story. Next thing you know, this water company ends up owning Universal and becoming a massive conglomerate. And, the video game is like some decimal point somewhere. What do they care? So I became unhappy, and in April of 2006, my handcuffs were, I could after that sell my stock or leave, whatever. And as I told you, 1 month after I left, the the CFO, the 3 top people at Radical was Ian, number 1, CFO was probably number 2, got to run your, finance. And I was probably the number 3 guy, but the most important in terms of making money, because I ran the development. So I left. Then a month later, Ian left, and then a month later, Fred Snow left, and so it became a different company. But that's a quick little synopsis of, if someone's interested, how does something like a Scarface, how does it work, and how do these things get made into games? All of that, that's the full story there.
And one thing, obviously Scarface is this open world game. There aren't that many of those out on the market. There's a lot of technology as far as engines and so forth are concerned going into this. Did you guys have to license, or you probably licensed some middleware at least? Were those decisions that the producer of producers would make? Or were those decisions that were left up to the individual people inside the teams who were more closely associated with the problems and the technical aspects of the individual games?
Actually, neither.
Oh.
All right. So, neither. There was a guy, excellent, good guy. Shout out to Neil Verdeheid. He was head of, we called it Pure 3D, our 3D engine. So he would make those kind of decisions. He was a techno geek, in love with and competent to run a team of about 35 people that created the 3D engine. So if we're over on the content side, and we're told to make a Scarface or a Simpsons game, or we also made CSI, we made Crash Bandicoot, a bunch of these kind of games. We don't make any technical decisions at all. That's made by the Pure 3D team, headed up by Neil Verdeheid, and then he had a manager, Rod Davison, and Rod managed that group. He was the equivalent of me, but in a team, one team that ran the Pure 3D team. They made all the technical decisions. And so it's an example. It's like if you want to make some food at your home and you don't want to go shopping, you pretty much look around your house and you make some dish with what you have. If you got potatoes, you make a potato dish. If you don't have potatoes, only carrots, then you make a carrot dish. Like that. We might have licensed a few not very important. I seem to think that there was some, what the heck was it? There's like a logo with a granny or something on it, some kind of a video compression algorithm. There was a couple of minor tools that we would have licensed as a third party and pay some, I don't know, it's probably like X amount of dollars per year. We were not very happy about giving anybody royalties, a piece of the action we didn't want to do. Typically you pay a certain amount per game, and then you get a license from these companies. I can't think of the name now. I don't think this. If you look at any modern game, and you'll still see 5 or 10 highly sophisticated, very unique things. Always, you're in the business of build or buy. You know, do you want to build something and maintain it forever, and every little problem is your problem, or do you want to just buy something that somebody else has invented and they got 100 customers and they're going to maintain it? And some things, it's just not worth writing every single thing. So, bottom line is, the Pure 3D department, which was, headed up by Rod Davison, they took care of all of that. We just made our dishes with whatever they gave us. But we were the drivers of that. They were a service organization to suit our needs, right? So we worked together. So every team would have a technical lead in the content on my side, on the content side. And that technical director of that particular game would coordinate and liaise with so we were hand in hand, and making what they thought we wanted to consume. So there was a little bit of integration, but no team was writing their own 3D engine. That did not make, as I said, that only made sense in the 80s, like Unreal and a few other games that, like I talked about, Carmack and Doom and, some of those kind of games. Maybe one person did everything, but everything was probably made by Carmack or Tim Sweeney. But those days are by the 2000s, none of that exists. So to summarize and answer your question, the content side, which is what I managed, we worked with a highly technical division of about 30, 35 people, just grognards, what they call grognards, just hardcore 3D people. They know the latest everything to do with that. It's like a heart specialist. You don't go to a heart specialist if you got a flu. 200 years ago, a doctor would probably fix everything. People are going to laugh at this, but when I was young, doctors made house calls. They would come. You're sick, they come to your house, because that's what doctoring was about. Hey, I'm here. I took the Hippocratic Oath. I'm here to stop or alleviate your suffering. And the doctors would literally come to your house if you were sick. And that's ridiculous nowadays. But the point is, it's like that. The environment for software development changed into a very specialized. You needed that, and as I alluded to, Unity, Unreal definitely must have a couple hundred people. I would bet you. But by the way, it's very opportunistic to talk about GTA, because just yesterday or day before they came up with the GTA 6 trailer,
Yeah.
And it's not, coming out till 2025. Well, geez, man, that sucker is the number one game on the planet. Okay, high regards to Blizzard, although they've effed it up lately. They're not really doing. They've, been passed over many times. But the number one company for video games on this planet, bar none, or at least used to be. Let's make sure they don't screw up 6. But Rockstar, the Menzies brothers have gone. I think. I don't think they're involved in it. So we'll see what 6 comes out with. But They have their own engine, and my point is that they spent, I think, about a billion with a B, like boy.
Yeah.
Billion with, how many is that? Like a lot of zeros, 9 zeros or something. I think they spend about $1 billion to make a GTA. And then they make that money back. They break even in like 4 hours. The day the GTA comes in, they break even and they're profitable in the first 24 hours. It's ridiculous. So their engine team, I would be shocked if it's not at least 300, 400, 500 people maybe. Just ridiculous. No, I'm sure that Take-Two, which owns them, says, hey, bro, money is no object. If it makes sense for GTA, it's, Take-Two is the GTA company. Without the GTA, I don't know if they'd be alive right now. I don't want to denigrate them if they're doing pretty good. But the point is that one game is so massive, and they make their own pretty darn amazing engine. And so it probably has hundreds. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they spend $100 million on just a 3D engine, maybe more. I don't know the numbers, but I do know that they spent over $1 billion for the entire game, and they break even in just a few hours. So that kind of summarizes everything. If people wanting to know the video game industry, there's content people that write everything, write all the dialogue, and take the 3D engine, and then they have to make the textures and the 3D everything, all of the geometry and textures and blah blah blah, everything. I won't get into all the details, being probably a little bit too detailed for your audience, but that's how this division works. And I've always only worked on the content side. I have never been technically proficient, nor do I have an interest in being such a specialist in such a small, I'm basically a generalist, and a general needs to know a little bit about everything, a few things about everything, and everything about a few things. And so
Gotcha.
that's what I am. I am not that technical in the 3D world.
No, you can't have it all. But Jay, I conclude all my interviews with a 2-part question. And that is this. Looking back at your career, and it's an extensive one, what is one industry trend that you thought was going to be huge that ended up not doing much or going nowhere? And what was one trend that became huge that you didn't see coming?
Okay, let me repeat that to you. So looking back, what is the one trend that I saw that was going to be huge that did become huge, and one trend that did not become huge?
Yeah, one that you didn't see coming that became huge, and one that you thought was going to be huge that didn't do much.
Gotcha. Okay, perfect. Okay, 1 second. Gonna be huge, didn't happen, and one did not happen. Okay. In no particular order, I will answer both of them. The one trend that I thought was going to be huge that I now am convinced is not going to be huge, and Facebook or so-called Meta has spent billions, and that's VR. I obviously, with my extensive history, I've seen everything. There's nothing I haven't seen in the computer industry, really, seriously, because I told you I go back to before there was a PC. I started when there was calculators. And so I remember this, you go to Consumer Electronics Show. Oh, that's an interesting booth. What are the people doing there with these glasses? I got to go check it out. And I put on these glasses. Wow. I remember one specific, that company doesn't even exist. I thought I thought was amazing. I liked it. I'm talking about, VR, virtual reality. That didn't become huge. Now remember, I'm one of the few people that knows I met him. Jerome Lanier is considered the father of virtual reality. And I don't know if should I go into a quick diversion about how Jerome, I think it's Jaron Lanier. It's like a kind of a French name. Okay. So to go into that, it's related to, so anyway, in summary, to first of all, quickly answer your question, I thought VR was going to be huge, and it has struggled and limped along, and now I am convinced it's just not going to happen. There's a number of reasons. Some of them I'm probably right, some of them I'm probably not correct, but bottom line is everyone's tried it. There was all this company, they didn't do very well, so then Meta bought them and got their top guy on there, and now it's going nowhere. So that's to answer your question. I thought VR was going to be huge, and it didn't happen. And now my little parenthesis, you're only going to hear these stories from me because, I was at the right time at the right place. So I'm back in the old HESWare days. This would have been 82. So I sold my company when I was my company, one man everything. I sold it to USI and moved it to the Bay Area. And I was told, I have a certain amount of budget, a few $1 million. So I started hiring about 10 or 12 people and started making games. This is all on the VIC-20 and all of that. And I established I'd go to some of the Silicon Valley meetings and all of that. They were still big in those days in 82. So a little bit of a word began to spread about me as far as the C64 and the VIC-20. Okay. You've written a game for C64 or VIC-20 and you live in the Bay Area. You should definitely go and meet with Jay Balakrishnan, because they're kind of the kings of that. So one day I get a meeting request from some guy I never heard of, and fine, he's there, and it's the appointed time, and he walks in, and I have to say this, I hope it's nothing negative. It's such a weird environment today. You have to be on pin cushions about what you talk about, in some respect with the PC stuff, political correctness. But I see this white guy walking towards me, and he's got dreadlocks down to his knee or waist at least, long dreadlocks. And I had never in my life seen a white guy with long dreadlocks. So it's, whether it's right to say it or not, that's the first thing I saw about this guy. Wow, he's, very striking figure with long, big, matted dreadlocks. And I start talking, and he says his name is General Lanier, and he had a game called Moondust. And he wanted to, it was on the VIC-20, and he wanted to see if HESWare wanted to market it, and he played kind of coy. I also have this other guy. There was this other company no one's ever heard of. Only I've heard of it. And I'm going to also maybe think about selling it to them. And he was playing one against the other. And I said, well, it looks, in those games, almost any game would sell. It was halfway decent. And it's pretty interesting. Yeah, we would like to, market that if you wanted to. And I think we talked a little bit of terms. And he ended up not going with HESWare for whatever reason. And he went with this other company, and his game went nowhere. And that was about the end of him, except for one thing. So we're talking a little bit, and this guy, Jerome Linear, in the middle of this conversation, I must have talked with him maybe half hour, he starts talking about something. At first, I don't know what he's talking about, because no one's on this planet has heard about it. And he's talking about this. I don't remember all this time. This was 40 years ago. I don't remember everything. All I remember is that later on, what he was having a hard time articulating was virtual reality. And he had this concept in his mind, which either he could not or would not disclose to me, but just enough that I knew about it when sometime later, I don't know when it was, you have to look it up, a year or two or three or something later, he invented the first virtual reality glasses. And I believe you will look it up on Wikipedia or whatever. I think he's considered the father of VR. So in summary, I'm trying to say that I knew about VR before anybody knew about VR, and I talked to the guy that invented VR. So I'm there from the beginning. I'm excited from the beginning. Wow, that sounds great. You can see everything, and you move your head. You got a HMD head-mounted display, and you move it this way and that way. It's got a centrifuge or some kind of a gyro of something inside the head. It is, it can detect your head movement, and so you don't have to use a mouse if you want to. I'm a big flight sim guy, and you want to look left, you look left. You don't have to move some little button or a thumb something or the other, thumb wheel or whatever. So anyway, that's the answer to what I thought would be big and did not. I'm about to answer the other one, but is there anything more you want me to answer?
No, that sounded great. That was awesome.
Okay. All right. Now, the thing that I have thought would happen, and did not happen is very relevant to what I'm doing today. And let me tell you exactly it happened. I think a lot of stuff I'm talking to you, Carl, you're the first person on this planet who's getting all this story. So depending on how much of the interview I've given you end up publishing, all of it is going to be
virtually all of it's going out. Don't worry.
Okay, very good. Well, all of this is going to be new to the user. Okay, so let me set the stage and then tell you what I thought would happen. That finally, I've been waiting literally 33 years for it to happen, and finally it's happening. Like, this is the year of artificial intelligence. I believe when we look back upon it 10, 20 years from now, we will say that November of last year, when ChatGPT came out, I believe it was November of 2022, that was the birth of an entire new era, but it all has come to fruition this year. But let me pause there and go back to 33 years ago. Okay, so to set the stage, I've told you that I'm going back quite a bit now into my midlife crisis here. I'm living in a huge house. I'm not very happy, very unhappy. I'm gonna travel around the United States in an RV and have fun, going wherever I want to go today, tomorrow, and so I told you the story. I go 1 hour in my huge trip, and then I ended up doing this, that, the other, and there was one other company I started. I ended up starting 4 or 5 companies, and there was this other company that I started. That's what kept me from continuing on my trip, and that is I had a partner, Ted Morgan, who was the president and my boss at HESWare. We were still friends, and we started this, I told you we started this micro galaxy, but just before that, for about a year, I also had another company I started called Club Marketing Associates. And it was all about, this would have been in 1989, 90, 91. It was the warehouse clubs, like Costco, Sam's Club, and all of that. Well, back then, nobody had heard of, I can tell you everything you want to know about Warehouse Club and Saul Price. He started the Price Club, started the entire concept of Warehouse Club. Jim Senegal was working with Saul Price at Price Club. And one day he said, hey, I can do this. And he leaves Price Club and starts Costco. I ended up meeting Jim Senegal, all kinds of people at Costco, Walmart. I had my airplane then, so I'd fly all kinds of places and meet all these people. And I was what they call, I think earlier in the interviews, I had occasion, because you asked me, I was telling you what a manufacturer's rep is, and I told you I became one. Well, during that time for about a year, I was a manufacturer's rep for Club Marketing Associates, and we specialized in marketing any products into the warehouse clubs, because it's very specialized. Nobody knew it was a strange animal. There was very few it was not well known, these warehouse clubs. And we represented Minolta, and we sold their copying machines, Canon. We also made a lot of money shipping paper, if you can believe it. This paper. We would sell, you won't believe this, we sold to Costco 40 truckloads of paper a month. And they would then, they'd say, okay, ship 5 to Kalamazoo and 20 to Los Angeles. And so, and we'd make like ridiculous amount, like 2 pennies a pack or something like that. But hey, they add up and we're making a lot of money. Anyway, so my point is, I'm in the middle of all of my, unhappiness. I have not met my wife yet. I still am got to make money. Okay, fine. I'll go make more money. I'm still not happy. And so, I began seriously my midlife crisis. I'm alone in this huge 5,000 square foot house with 13 rooms, 5 bedrooms, pool. I got a swimming pool. I got a billiard pool. I got all this, and I'm like unhappy and lonely. And I'm starting to do a lot of introspection. Okay. And so now to come to the point. So in 89 and in 1990, especially, the summer of 1990, I always been a prolific reader, and I specifically read a book called Microcosm by a guy called George Gilder. At that time, I thought it was a great book, but since then it's considered a classic. It was just coming in 1990. The cell phone was just arriving. I had a cell phone in my car. It cost me $800 for the cell phone. You had to put a cell phone install. You had to take it to a car dealership. They'd stick a whatever they call it, Piggly Wiggly antenna. It cost $800 to get a cell phone. All of that was coming together. The microprocessor was coming into the nanotechnology. The television was becoming smart. Anyway, this guy's book, Microcosm, by George Gilder, just blew my mind. And I read it twice. And in the summer of 1990, towards the end of the summer, after I had read this book twice, Carl, the following thought, I told you sometimes thoughts have entered my head that I would say are not my own. They just come from wherever, from the universe or something. I don't have an explanation, but I know on a number of occasions, thoughts have entered my mind that didn't seem to come from me. They seemed to come from outside of me. So one day in late summer of 1990, my head is just buzzing and I'm thinking about this and all kinds of stuff I wrote. Now, I'm not going to get too much into it because it's not relevant, but I forecast many things that have come through with GPS and all kinds of things, but they're not really relevant. The relevant thought that entered my mind that late summer of 90 was, and this is the precise sentence that entered my mind. Wow. That means one day you're just going to feed AI Macbeth, written by Shakespeare like 400 years ago. You're just going to feed Macbeth, the document, the play. You're going to feed it to an AI, and an AI director is going to parse the text, an AI cinematographer, AI stunt coordinator, AI people, the entire Macbeth script will turn into a movie with no one. And I envisioned what I called desktop movie processor. You just type it in. It was a dark and stormy night. Boom, right in front of you. It's a dark, backspace. It was a dark and sunny day. I mean, a dark and calm night. So in other words, you're sitting there like a word processor, because I'm one of the few people that, remember what the very, 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 very first word processors were like. In fact, I even wrote HESWare was a kind of a early word processor kind of a thing. So I understood. So anyway, that is now coming through. So in summary, what I'm saying is I envisioned that it's what I call text is king. Whether it's a radio show, whether it's an advertisement, a movie, a TV, there's nothing that does not originate with text. Some kind of script or something is written down, right? And one or two people, if writing a script, Hollywood's got a lot of money. Why don't they go hire 100 people? Okay, I want you to write Scarface. Here's 100 of them. No, it's written by one guy, Oliver Stone. Macbeth is written by one guy. The Beatles, there's only 4 of them, right? So this is something I get into very deeply in terms of the digitalism, and you need very few people, ideally just one person for massive creativity. And then for production, you need a large number of people. In other words, one person writes the movie and a cast of 1,000 people is needed to make the movie. Okay. It's the difference between creation and production. So, many people are like that, like Microsoft. Name one game that they created. Nothing. They just own a bunch of companies and they produce it. They say, okay, here's a 50 million, whatever, just make it. So Microsoft, Electronic Arts, all these people are kings of production, but they struggle with creativity. They're just making GTA 20 or whatever, and so all of this I learned. So in summary, I have been waiting 33 years for this to happen, where you just feed it a movie script and you don't need a single human being. Everything is done by AI. And I've been waiting and seeing. So I realized 33 years ago, one day photo, because I realized it's all just a bunch of pixels. RGB. If you can do the mathematics on it, if you can see a television. Anyway, I won't get too detailed. I saw everything, Carl. I saw that one day you would be able to feed, although the very first sentence was Macbeth, because I had studied Macbeth in high school. And that was the progenitor, the creator of this whole idea. And then that has eventually morphed into, in the 90s, into what was called machinima, machine cinema. Basically, you make a movie using a video game. The first one was called the Red and the Blue, I believe. I think that's the first machinima.
Red versus
Blue, like that. So I've been waiting, and that's why I made all these forecasts. I was the only guy on that panel in early 2007. Yeah, no problem. Photorealism will be fine. The technology is going to be fine, because I had gone and seen everybody. I went to USC. One of the things when I was at Radical is since I had about a $35 million budget and to create all the different games, I took out about, I forget now, like $1 million or something, and set it aside in an R&D group, and I hired two rocket scientists, so to speak, that could help me with the areas I was lacking in with the 3D graphics, this, and they were both PhDs. And so they would set up appointments. I went to USC and I saw what was happening in computer graphics, and the guy later on won Academy Awards for Tron, and so on and on. I talked to the professor, what was his name, in New York. He's the guy, he got the Academy Award for inventing, it was even the thing is, it's basically procedurally generated content. And he was the guy that, I can't think of his name now, but the thing is even named after him. It's escaping me now. I talked to him. I talked to anybody. I went around the planet, to England, wherever I needed to go to see what was happening, state of the art. I wanted to always be looking ahead. And so when I left Radical and I'm on this panel, I knew photorealism, it's going to happen. This is happening. This guy, I went to USC and they showed me this room where they had like something like 200 lights and cameras and all kinds of stuff. And they were taking camera photos from every angle. And then they could put any actor into, like blue screen or green screen. And then they could, anyway, it's just going crazy. And I said, everyone's saying photorealism would happen. The guy at Electronic Arts, the general manager of EA Canada, he's the number one guy there. You'd think I went and visited Spielberg, and he says, why are you making all these crappy movies in your game? Nobody, it's horrible. And so he's wowed by Spielberg, and he's just going on about Spielberg this and Spielberg that. And then they come to me and literally said, the only naysayer, only person that disagreed with all of this was Jay Balakrishnan. He says photorealism will be possible within 3 years. And within 2 years, the movie Avatar came out, which is pretty darn close to photorealistic. Stepping back and summarizing, in 1990, I envisioned that one day AI would be able to completely photorealistically make movies with no human beings needed, just me sitting in my, shorts in my bedroom, garbage in, garbage out. So if your script is no good, well, you're not going to make a great movie. But if you're a good script writer, boom, you write a script. You don't need a director. You don't need scenes. You don't need to crash cars. Yeah, you can put your camera anywhere. You can be following along a bird. You can make it do anything. There's nothing you cannot do on the screen with digital. You know what I'm saying? And nobody has to be killed. Once in a while, they made the Twilight Zone movie, and I think one or two of the actors died when the helicopter they were filming crashed. Well, you don't have to, you can crash everything. So anyway, I imagined a desktop movie processor where you'd sit and you'd have your stunt coordinator AI, and you'd say, okay, it's a 5th and Madison in New York, and I want this car going at 80 miles, and I want that car going at 50 miles, and they're going to collide at this street. Oh, it's not good enough. I want it to be fly. Like anything and everything would happen. And I even and over the years, I've done a lot of work. If anybody listening out there is intrigued or excited about the idea of just taking text and making it as good as any movie out there, photorealistic, you can make a Star Wars. It only depends. I'm the guy to talk to, because I have seen it all and I've thought through it all. I've even written some things as one example. So you've heard of HTML on the web, hypertext markup language. Well, I invented something called HLML. I call it Hellmel, and it's Hollywood lingo markup language. And what it's basically meant, what it means is like if you got a script, all right, then you give it to the director, and the director says, okay, Tom Cruise, I want you to act this way, and somebody else, I want you to act that way. And so in thinking it through, I realized that every human important key person in a movie, director, cinematographer, sound this, stunt coordinator, everyone, all these subdomains, they have a human running it, like Spielberg is the director, and they just talk to people. All they do is, hey, Tom Cruise, I want you to move this way. I want you to talk this way. I want you to be more. All they're doing is talking. And then the technical people, they have all this lingo. I want to zoom with the 50-50 frame shot with the blah, blah, blah. They all talk this technical lingo. So about 80% is just ordinary English. But some of it is very, very, like a cinematographer. They're going to talk about a vignette shot or so-and-so camera, f-stop. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Certain domains are going to have some very, they call it jargon or lingo or argot. ARGOT. These are all words that mean the specific language in a specific industry. So to make movies, I said, well, there's Hollywood lingo. There's some kind of a talk that Spielberg. I'll just go around to all the directors and I'll say, hey, what is some kind of 80% you're going to just use ordinary English language? Okay, no problem. We're past that already. We've got ChatGPT and innumerable other AI, which are very good. Using a large language model and deep learning and all of this. I know the basics. I was there when the neural networks came, and I worked on neural networks. It's basically, this parenthetically, a big freaking black box, man. Carl, I mean, if AI starts controlling the world, it's our doom, because no human being, by design, all of these things, whether it's a GAN, generative adversarial network, which is what most of these are at the moment, they're all fundamentally deep down the atomic structure as neural networks. And neural networks just learn something and gives you an answer. And you go, no, that's not it. Okay, I'll give you another answer. Okay, that's not it. And you get closer and closer. So I want you to know that AI is a black box. No Einstein, nobody with a 5,000 IQ, no one is going to really know what goes on inside these AI. So it's like war games or something, all of a sudden, what was it, the Whopper, W-O-P-R machine is like starting World War III because it's an AI and it's been giving control of the nukes. Heaven forbid, God help us, if we give AI control over things because the AI will do things that no one anticipated. In fact, they're seeking that. They want emergent behavior, right? Otherwise, it's dull. 1 + 1 is 2. Okay, I know that. I got a calculator. I want you to figure out how 1 + 1 is 5. I want you to figure out quantum mechanics. I want you to figure out all kinds of things that is beyond me. Remember, a computer is like dumber than dirt. The stupidest thing on this planet is a computer. It doesn't know anything. It has only one major, unbelievable advantage. It's very incredibly fast being stupid. So it'll learn at a pace that's, you blink your eye and what is it, 8 billion transactions have gone on in the computer. So anyway, not to get too much harangue or get on a soapbox about that, but so all of these things are coming along, and they're all these little black boxes, and I'm seeing like hell-mel Hollywood lingo. All I got to do is go talk to the top domain experts, talk to the cinematographer. How do you talk to your camera guy? Who else do you talk to? How do you talk to your director? How do you take direction? And just give me all the weird lingo that you use that's been around, because it's been around for literally since my research says in 1879 the first movie was made, and then they had these black and whites, and by the time the turn of the century a lot of it was matured. By the way, a quick little parenthesis, and when it was all silent movies in the early 1900s, 1910s, it's an interesting fact that they were all cheap to make because you didn't have to record anything, and you could record anywhere. And believe it or not, in the early silent movies, about 80% of all the directors were women. Women were creative, and it didn't cost much money, and 80% of all the directors were women making movies and movies and movies. And then sound came along, and now you needed something called a sound stage, and you needed money. Well, now you got to go to a banker, and the whole complexion changed. And today, I think it's a sort of a disgrace, but I doubt even 5% of the movies today are made by women. I think it's 95% made by men. I challenge you to prove me wrong. Every time, once in a while, I see a woman directing a movie. Like, wow, okay, somehow she must have slept with somebody or some, ridiculous story. Otherwise, it's all just given to men. Anyway, that's a quick little thing. So Now to summarize and end it. So what I'm saying is in 1980, I saw the middle, the machinima. I saw it all the way to the end where text would be king. You just type in something, and in real time, you have a movie processor, and whatever you type shows there. You type a stormy, fine. You make it here. You make it on Mars, it's on Mars. It's like a word processor, but you have a 3D engine, and now it's happening, Carl. That's how I'm going to end it. I've been waiting, and then I had 3 wows when ChatGPT came out. I said, finally, they have made a text processor. Text is king, is what I've said all these years. And finally, they have an AI that all it really knows, all that ChatGPT knows is what is the next word that is likely to come. Believe it or not, that's pretty much the extent. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's just a very good at understanding text. It's not very good at numbers. It's not passed any major exams that require math, but it's passed a law bar exam. It's passed a medical exam. And a bunch of other exams. AI is could be a practicing doctor. It could be a practicing lawyer because it's able to pass all these, needless to say, SAT verbal and all that. But it's not doing much with numbers. So anyway, that's what I saw that I've been waiting 33 years, and now it's finally happening. There are applications. There's Pika, Runway. There's amazing text to video. Remember, all a movie is a bunch of images, right? If you play it at 25, the NTSC standard in the United States is 24 frames. The movie you're watching, the television show you're watching, is showing you 24 still images every second. And because of the persistence of vision of our eye, it's moving. Well, no, it's really not moving. It's a whole other issue. I won't get into this. This is too much Rugu yoga. But the universe is, by the way, like that too. The universe is just blinking on and off at an incredible high rate. And we think the universe is smooth and time is running. It's really a frame base, but I won't get much into that. But so if a movie is nothing but a whole bunch of still images, well, they have created with like Leonardo AI is good. Mid-Journey. Right now, my favorite is Leonardo. And all you do is type in whatever you type in. A cat on the moon with a crazy hat singing. Boom. In 1 or 2 seconds, instant, if you pay a little extra, that image is there. And then you can extrapolate. You could say a cat has moved to a chair, and then you could say, make me 10 images in between A and B. So today, it's not easy, it's not convenient to make a movie with words, but you can do it because they have unbelievable. If you don't believe me, just go to Leonardo AI or Mid-Journey AI. And I'm telling you, Carl, I've fallen in love with like 20 women. They're incredible. They're just beautiful. You just type in beautiful, gorgeous, whatever you like, blonde or dark hair or whatever. And these amazing still pictures come out just based on their, the technology that AI is able to do. And you stitch together a bunch of images and you got a movie. Well, there's other people that specialize. They don't make the images, but they specialize. There's just, I could just go on and we could have a 2-hour conversation on this alone. You just give it a photo, nothing but a photo, and it turns it into a movie. Unbelievable. I saw, there's Leonardo da Vinci, Last Supper with Jesus Christ, and his how many is it, 12 apostles or is it 13? And there's that famous painting, right? I saw that being fed into an AI and the whole thing comes to life and Jesus is moving around and his disciples and originally Mary Magdalene was his closest disciple and the church expunged all of that because they turned into a prostitute, but that was his number one disciple was Mary Magdalene, and they're all coming to life. So you can just give it one image. You could give it a picture of Julius Caesar, and there he is talking, or whatever. Who was the guy, the Denmark prince? To be or not to be, anything that's a still image can be brought to video. Furthermore, if you don't have a still image, you can just type it in English and it'll make you a still image. So all of these things have coming, and I believe we should have a conversation 1 year from now, December of 2024, and everything. By now, that will be there. And if they're not making it, it is my intention to start doing all of this, to be in the vanguard of all of that. So that's the one thing that I foresaw 33 years ago, all the advancements in AI, and now all of this is coming true. I've been waiting 33 years. So basically, in summary, what I'm saying is, if you can write a story, and everybody's got a story, right? You go to Hollywood, 100% of the population's got a script. If Spielberg would listen to them, here's my script, everybody's got a freaking script in Hollywood. So now, but you got to raise millions, right? I mean, the cheapest movie is like what? 20, 30, 40 million dollars. That's cheap. And now you don't need that. You can sit in your bedroom, and in the next 1 year, it's going to arrive. And in 5 years, it's going to be incredibly mature. Now, one nasty side to all of this is what's going to happen to all of the, actors? What's going to happen to the directors? All of these people are facing extinction. You're not going to need an actor. Why should I go pay Tom Cruise $5 million or 50? Sorry, that's ridiculous. It's probably $50 or $100 million to be in Mission Impossible 20. I got to keep paying you. I can't even put your likeness on a box or a cereal. Everything costs me money. You know what? Screw that. I'm going to make my own. I'll just type in, I want a beautiful, hunky, amazing guy, looks like Tom Cruise, but not quite Tom Cruise. Boom, there's my guy. And he's going to, he's an AI creation. I own him. I can put him wherever. And it just, everything. So there's one area. This is all, I've told you by now, I've thought about these things for 40 years, and specifically this text into movies for 33 years. So some of these things are going to get, well, I won't get into all that, but just one sentence. Basically, the fundamental change that is part of digitalism. I might as well talk just briefly. You seem to be generous with the time and my latitude in going into some areas. It is my contention, okay, good. It is my contention using mathematics. I've studied a lot of mathematics and statistics and calculus and blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Dad. He gave me a fine education. Rest in peace. Due to him, I got a very good education in all of these. So I have come to the conclusion, which is very relevant to today. Everybody's talking about, okay, AI, wow, it's taking over. AI is going to have consciousness. It's this thing, what do they call it? Artificial general intelligence. Big thing. If I got that right. AGI. Yes. It's everywhere. Yeah, and AI is going to have consciousness. Well, Jay Balakrishnan, I'm here to tell you, no way. It's not possible. Computers will always be digital. And if I could elaborate a little bit, this will be the first time. It's a preview to what's going to be on the Rugu website. I'm releasing this, Carl, with the details on your show right here, right now. Mm-hmm. Let me explain. I don't think this angle has ever been, at least let's put it this way. I have never seen it or read it or heard it. It might be out there, but my explanation, I have not seen it, so I believe it's unique. I'm going to explain now to you in simple mathematics why artificial intelligence can never, ever have consciousness until until. And by the way, not even quantum computers will, and the reason, well, let me put that again. 1 second. Digital analog. I'm going to tell you what could cause possibly, and I'm still skeptical, but maybe I'm going to tell you there's one possible way AI can achieve consciousness, and it's on the horizon. It doesn't exist yet. Let me tell you why it's not possible for AI to achieve consciousness. Okay, let's start with what everyone will agree with. A human being, unless you're in a coma or some other different states of unconsciousness, you have consciousness. Right? Oh, I'm hungry right now. I guess I'll go eat some food. And you're aware of that hunger. You didn't have it an hour ago. And then you have a consciousness, and then your brain can process it, and then your brain can, I'll eat it later, or I'll go eat now. And so you have this whole mechanism for awareness, and then for processing your awareness, making a decision what to do, and then taking some action. Okay, and we live in the real world. Outside us is the real world. Now, I'm going to tell you that the computer does not live in the real world. It lives in a simulated world. And here's how I believe categorically, I believe that no one will be able to argue with me. The following. So there's 2 bullet points. That is, you're a lawyer, so you would whatever they call that. You make your point, and then you make your point, and then, like in math, they call it QED. Therefore, like that, like an axiom. Axiom number 1. It is a fact that, and I've been following this for quite some time, they're now up to 30. I keep researching once in a while. What's the up to? We're now up to 30 trillion with the T, trillion digits in defining the precise number of pi. Okay, in other words, I memorized 3.14159. After that, I don't know what. There's people that can memorize it to 100 or 500, maybe 1,000. Nobody on earth is going to memorize it up to 30 trillion decimal places. So I got to make sure you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that pi is a transcendental number. It's a complex number. These are all specific terms. It never ends. And so they're paying somebody millions of dollars to have some $1 million computer somewhere here and there on the planet. And this person is just paid to run some kind of program to calculate what is the 31st trillion dollar, So you, get the point that 3.14159, the number of pi, is a constant that has as yet not been found to end. Even after 30 trillion digits, it's not been ended. That's first point. And point 1, it's subpoint A. The second B part of the first one is that how do they come up with this pi calculator? How did they figure out that it's 30 trillion digits? Well, they came up with an approximation. And they keep getting approximations better and better. In other words, you could take 22 divided by 7, and that's a pretty good, quick approximation of pi. Now, back in Indian BC, there's a particular song that's in the Sanskrit from at least 500 BC that the Sanskrit text, this is a topic for a whole another time, but Sanskrit text, they were encoding the pi up to 36 digits in 500 BC. That was the state of the art in 500 BC. Today, it's 30 trillion. So to repeat my first point, A, it's never ending. Even after all these years, they keep finding, but they don't know. If they keep doing tomorrow, they'll find another. After a month, they'll find another trillion. Another year, they'll find another quadrillion or whatever. They keep not being able to define pi. And second part of the first part is, in order to calculate that pi, they're not using 22 divided by 7. They're using, and I won't get into all the technique, you can look it up. They're using what's called an approximation. And it's the one that gets you closer. And 5 years later, they'll find another approximation, They're always approximations, okay? And so, now I come to my point. So if you, and by the way, pi is found in some ridiculous, it's found all over the universe. It's unbelievable. If someone is really interested, just go type in where all is pi. It's found in standard deviation. This is the one that really just totally freaking blew my mind. Standard deviation has pi in it. Pi means circle. Anyway, so why is pi doing that? It's in so many places. So everywhere that I look out in the universe and I can see the moon, and it's circular, and it's got a pi. I go to my backyard, and if there's a river has to follow pi. There's certain curves in the river. When you calculate it, it's going to be pi. All over nature, you're going to find pi, and you're going to find it all over the place, and you're going to find it some unknown number. By definition, the real pi in the world is unknown to us. We have an approximation out to to 30 trillion digits, but it's not the real number. It's a simulated number. Therefore, if you're playing a video game or you're playing a drawing, you're doing anything in a computer, you are by definition going to have to pick a value of pi. In the real world, we get it for free. There's pi out there. I don't have to calculate it. In a computer, you have to calculate pi, which means you have to come up with an approximation. It's not the real pi. It's a simulation of the real thing. And so now I come to the point, therefore, the second point, and this is also a little bit hard, might be a little harder to understand, but it's the point, it fits in with what I'm talking about, so I have to tell you what it is, but I'm sorry if I lose a few people. But so quantum mechanics came along, and all the top people of the relativistic age, like Einstein and all the old geezers, quantum mechanics is not real. They came up with the EPR, Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen paradox. It goes on and on. The classic line from Einstein was, you don't seriously think that the moon does not exist if I don't look at it. That was his classic line. Well, the moon must exist. Well, fast forward 100 years, all kinds of experiments, a lot of, the Wheeler interpretation of quantum. It just goes on and on. I don't want to get too detailed, but here's a fact. In 2022, last year, 3 people, you can just look it up, the physics Nobel Prize. It's very, very hard to get a Nobel Prize. And Alfred Nobel left stipulation that only 3 people. You can't give the Nobel Prize in any like physics or literature to 4 people. It's fixed at 3, no more. So 3 people, the best 3 people in physics last year got the Nobel Prize. And what did they prove? That reality is not real. Yes, let me repeat that. Reality is not real. There is no reality out there. It gets created when a conscious entity looks at something. This is the fundamental premise of, I don't know how detailed to get into it, but Schrodinger's cat and all of this stuff. Basically, fundamentally, all you need to know is there's no universe existing outside of consciousness. Consciousness is now accepted to be a necessary part of the process for it to create reality. And you can look into the double slit experiment, and they found that, completely illogically, things are both a particle and a wave. How can that happen? Science has no explanation for it, but they have come to the conclusion that you need consciousness. Now, let me come to the B part of my second point. So they said, okay, consciousness is necessary. Fine. You know what we'll do? We're going to put a camera, and we're going to do this. I cannot avoid talking about the double slit. If you want to understand quantum mechanics, you have to start with the double slit experiment. Is the foundation of quantum mechanics. So I'll leave you to it. But it's just mind-boggling that something can be both a particle and a wave. Anyway, so they said, okay, fine. We need to have consciousness. Fine. We're going to put a camera, and every time we send one particle or a photon or one particle, we're going to catch it in the act of turning into a particle or a wave. How's that going to happen? Well, guess what? They found that a camera didn't work. Any kind of sensor, any kind of mechanical device does not create reality. You need a human being. A human being lives in the real world and has real, whatever you want to call it, God-given or science-given, or just appeared out of the vapor as the Big Bang. 32 predictions of the Big Bang have been proven to be wrong. The JWT, the James Webb Telescope, is putting a death knell in so many beloved scientific theories. They're finding galaxies older than the galaxy. How the heck can that happen? In just a few years, the galaxy age of the universe has gone from 3 billion to 10 billion to 30. It's just ridiculous. So science is coming up with a new science because they have found that machines cannot create reality because they don't have consciousness. It's not a machine consciousness. You need real consciousness that I was born with. I didn't get it. It just happened, right? I'm born. And the second I'm born, I had 2 kids. I saw the second they're born, they start crying. No, I didn't teach them that. A horse is born in like 5 minutes. They start walking around. It took me like 4 years to train my kids to walk. A horse is able to walk in like 5 minutes. Nobody taught it that. It has a consciousness, whereas the machine is not born with any consciousness. It's fed him there. The last thing to talk about is it's impossible to talk about all of this without talking about Gödel's uncertainty theorem. And it basically says that science will always be incomplete, and that there will be truths that science, because it's based on numbers and mathematics, this is what Gödel's incompleteness theorem proved, that science will always have truths that it can neither prove nor disprove. So let me wrap up all of this into one summation. So basically what I'm saying is pi is only possible in a computer by simulation, because the real world is analog and computers are digital. Computers only know 1 and 0. They got black and white. There's no gray. You know, if you talk about I'm here and you're there, that's it. There's only here and there. Well, what about in the middle? Can I be not here or there? Computers cannot understand middle. They just know black and white, ones and zeros, here and there. Certain voltage above, that's called a 1. Certain voltage below, that's arbitrarily called a 0. So point number 1 is there's no real pi in a computer that is digital, and all the computers we're talking about is digital. And that's the one exception. Analog computers are going to be more and more and more important. Maybe it's possible that an analog computer might have consciousness. I doubt it, but I would give it a possibility. But a digital computer, which is what every computer made on this earth, even a quantum computer, they're all digital. What does digital means? When you go, even quantum computers, they have superposition states, where it's both a 1 and a 0. Doesn't matter, because when you go to look at it, it has to be resolved into a 1 or a 0. So it's still a digital computer. Every computer is either a 1 or a 0. It doesn't have any grays. And so every real pi, and as I said, if you're interested, go look and see the universe uses pi. There's pi, phi, and psi. These are the three big, with Greek letters, 3 big constants that are all amazing all over the universe, that God or random chance or universe or whatever. I did not create myself. Anybody listening, you did not create yourself. Something created all of this. So we'll just call that the creator. Something created all of this. The creator created consciousness, and consciousness is necessary to create this universe that we see. And because pi is simulated, a computer can never, ever be conscious. That is my thesis.
Interesting. Very, very
Anybody wants to challenge me, my email is jbalakrishnan@gmail.com. J-A-Y-B, B like boy, A-L-A-K-R-I-S-H-N-A-N. jbalakrishnan@gmail.com, and prove me wrong.
Awesome.
All these artificial intelligence people. Oh yeah, computer's gonna have consciousness. No, they're gonna be absolutely able to frickin' unbelievably outthink us. And this is the part I get into with Rugu yoga and all that. The world is dualistic. There's quantity and quality, and a computer is a master of quantity. And quantity is thoughts and thinking. And then you got quality and feelings. So my premise is a computer can think, but can never feel. So it's like, right out of Enter the Dragon and Bruce Lee. And he says, don't think, feel. Thinking is like a finger pointing at the moon. Don't get caught up in thinking. It's all about feeling. And so I believe a computer can never feel. If it has to feel, it's going to be told, it's going to be programmed how to feel. If this number is this and this, okay, feel sad. Do you follow what I'm saying? In order to feel something for a computer, it's got to calculate its feelings. It's not, a child of 2, how are you feeling? I feel sad. I feel happy. They just tell you. They don't have to calculate and it's part of the left brain. The left brain is in charge of. Anyway, I better stop because I could go on for this for hours and days. This is what I think about all these years, and that's what Rugu Yoga is all about. Fundamentally, I am saying that computers will always is a half of the solution. They're amazing at thinking, but they have no capacity because it's a digital. It's all ones and zeros. It can only think. It cannot feel. It has no analog. Everything that it does, anything that's nature to analog, it has to be computed. And let me end it with a perfect example. So I grew up, most people grew up, and now it's coming back, listening to albums. What is an album? A record. It's an analog thing. There's a needle, and when I speak or the song is sang, originally when they make the master, there's a needle and it cuts the grooves in this acetate template or what do you call it? It's a flat acetate, and it cuts the grooves from the voice onto it. And if you have a very deep bass voice, it's going to cut a very deep, in records, they couldn't go way too deep because they would cut a hole through the acetate, right? And then you put it on your home and then you put a needle on it and the reverse happens and the needle picks up all these grooves and it turns into the music. And that's called analog. Along came CDs and digital, and they said, hey, we're going to turn all that analog sound and we're going to make it into digital. And they created a digital, and the entire digital music is ones and zeros. There's nothing on a CD but ones and zeros. And so now, after all these years, and the records all died, except, maybe 1/10 of 1% of the people, they're saying, hey, I'm telling you, it sounds better. It's picking up nuances that the digital stuff is not picking. Now they've come to realize that, and now record players are beginning to surpass CDs. So this is my point. There's an analog world, which is indeterminate and finite, and there's a digital world, which is finite. Ones and zeros are not infinite. To get infinity, you got to get to 3. Infinity begins with 3. So my point is that analog and digital are two entirely, totally non-compatible. You can make approximations either way. They got DAC converters, digital analog converters, and then you got ADCs, analog to digital, digital to analog. They got all these converters. Right now I'm talking to you. But guess what's happening? It's an analog signal. I'm talking to you, and then my Android is turning that into a digital signal because it cannot send an analog signal over the internet. It takes it into a digital signal and then turns it into light, literally turns it into photons and shoots it across a fiber optic cable. You're in Germany. I'm in Washington State in the U.S. So there's under the ocean or something, there's a cable, fiber optics, so it gets sent as light. My talking gets turned into light, and then at the other end the reverse happens. The light gets turned into digital stuff, and then you're listening to it with your analog ears. And so there's this schism between analog and digital, and a digital computer can only get close to an analog, but an analog, just so I'm not confusing you with analog versus digital, if I asked you how many people are in the room that I'm in, the answer would be 1. It'd be precisely. There's only me in the room. Or if I have an apple in my hand, how many apples do I have? Well, I got 1. So that's digital. But if you ask me my height, I would say 5'9". And someone said, well, that's not exactly correct. We are really 5.9 point, and so you go up point, and that is analog. Your weight is analog. You're not exactly 100 pounds. You're 100 point something or 99.9, and we just round it up. That's what the computer does. Every computer takes an analog signal and has to round it, right? I told you round it to 5 digits. In the case of pi, they're rounding it after 30 trillion digits. They got to drop it. They got to just round it. Okay, I got 6, so I'll round it up. So in conclusion, analog is different from digital. All the computers so far, there are some analog computers. I won't get into it, but they're not the kind of computers you know about. Everything on the internet, every computer, laptop, computer, every PC you ever bought, every console, everything is a digital computer
and those are not analog. They can only use approximations. Like I told you, pi is an analog, and analog only exists. The reality is analog, and it only exists. Real reality exists as analog in our real world, and the computers can only simulate it, and they don't have consciousness because experiments have shown that cameras and any kind of machine sensor cannot create reality. You get the same results as if there was no camera. You get this wave particle, they call it wavical duality, but you put a human in there, and a human looks at it, and it's the proverbial Schrodinger's collapse of the equation function, collapse of the wave function, and it turns into, okay, the cat's alive. Okay, the cat's not alive. This famous Schrodinger's cat experiment. Whereas before you look at it, it exists. The cat is both alive and dead, and we can't believe that. We can't understand that because mind cannot understand paradoxes. This is a whole nother. I guess I should end it by also saying this, because I've gotten so deep into all of this that I better have one final little brick in the wall that is necessary, maybe that I'm going too far afield. But anyway, so in summary, you're going to only able to have digital computers, and all they can do is think. And they can only be digital. They cannot be analog. If you want it to be analog, you're going to have to convert it. And when you convert it, you're going to have to use some numbers for certain constants of the universe. And they can only be approximated. They can never be the real precise number. And experiments have shown that consciousness is necessary for this wave particle duality to coalesce or to collapse is the word they use, and a machine cannot do that. They've done experiments, and then they finally proved that reality is not real. It sends shock waves throughout the entire scientific universe because simple. Everything that science is studying, therefore, is not real. Science is studying artifacts. It's studying ghosts. It's not studying the real reality because science is using all these machines. It's breaking things down. Science is the science of death. Anything that it wants to study, it breaks down. It wants to study a human being, it's got to wait till it's dead, and it breaks down the cadaver. It breaks everything down. You want to study a machine, you break it down. So by definition, science mostly studies things that are dead or broken down, whereas the opposite, we want to study what's alive, and pretty much science is kill, cut, poison and look at it. Anyway, not to get too much into that. Final bottom line is I've given you my email. If you can challenge me and prove that using simple math that that a digital computer can attain consciousness as defined now by quantum mechanics, for which 3 people got the Nobel Prize for proving that reality is not real, I'd love to hear it.
Excellent. The gauntlet has been
what was the second question?
Down.
Huh?
The gauntlet has been thrown down.
Yeah. Okay, so I believe the last thing you said was the 2 questions. I believe I've answered that.
Yes, you have. Some. Excellent. Jay, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for sharing all this information with us. And yes, it's been a long journey. Everybody, you've got Jay's email address if you want to follow up with him. And any final words for?
Well, the only thing
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. There's only 2 things that I want to talk about. One is this. If anyone's interested in continuing further down this path that I've talked to you about, which started 33 years ago, and I realized that one day any movie script, any radio script, any text will be converted into anything you want, into audio, into video. All of that will be done by AI. And so specifically, I want to make or be involved in making a desktop movie processor where you type in your script, and as you type it in, it gets in front of you. It's real, and then you can just backspace, or you can delete it. You can change with a red sky, green sky, whatever you want. You can make up anything. If turning script
into movies with nobody else is of interest to anybody, please get in contact with me. I've had 33 years of thinking about it, and every step of the way I have been rewarded for realizing that I've been confident that that was going to happen. And ChatGPT was the first thing that opened it up. This year, there's so many text to image and text to everything. Text is king. And next year in 2024, it's going to happen. The second thing is my passion, thinking about all of this and having gone through my midlife crisis and all kinds of stuff. What I want to say, what I want to leave this world, that's what is my passion project. It's called Rugu Yoga. And I'm literally in the very final stages of it. It's going to take me another 2 to 3 months tops. So December, January, hopefully no later than January or February of next year of 2024. RuguYoga.com will be alive, and I believe it will cover a great many topics that has never been talked about, because science, which is physics. Remember that long ago, the word that the Greeks used for science was physics, things in the real world. Physics is a Greek word, and it means the real things that's out there in the world. But they realized that there were things beyond ideas, thoughts, emotions. These, I can't give you a happiness. I can't give you 2 grams of fear. Those are also real. Those they called metaphysics, beyond physics. And Nikola Tesla, an exact quote is, when science begins to study metaphysics, it will learn more in 1 decade than it has learned in all the thousands of years before. So metaphysics is the next frontier of the human experience. And that's what I am seeking to go into. And so basically Rugu Yoga is the motto is be your own guru, and it seeks to unite science, which is thinking, the left brain, and yoga, which is the right brain. It's feelings, it's intuition. Science cannot handle intuition. And so we need to make yoga more scientific, and we need to bring yoga concept. Remember, consciousness and meditation is brand new to science. Only literally in the last decade, they used to poo-poo all of this. We don't need science, because they don't have an answer for that. They got to measure it, and they can't put consciousness in a beaker or a lab test tube, right? So science has avoided literally consciousness. The exact phrase that science calls it is the hard problem. That's the word for consciousness for science. So I believe, after all these years of thinking and writing, I believe I have a new ism. Rugu Yoga unites science and yoga, unites physics and metaphysics, and I have a lot of things to say about that. It'll go into many different areas of both science and yoga, the mind and the heart, and that's my passion project. I've been working on it for like 40 years, and finally everything has come together. And so go to RuguYoga.com. Right now I think it's a stub. I bought the domain name, and it's not live. I'm working on some what I would like to call cool, amazing, videos and text and content, let's call it. And after it's all finished, then it'll reside on there. So if any of this kind of stuff interests you and you want to continue to learn more about all of the things that I've opened the doors to, hopefully no later than February 2024, go to Rugu Yoga, RUGUYOGA, RuguYoga.com.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
We'll put that link in the show notes. Okay, Jay.
All right.
Have a good
fantastic.
one.
Your lawyer background has made you a phenomenal, not an inquisitor is not the right word, but or even interrogator, but very good question answerer is the right way to put it. I'm sure your your legal training has trained you for that. So you asked great questions and got out of me all kinds of stuff I haven't even thought about for a long time. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. See ya.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
I hope you've enjoyed another Video Game Newsroom Time Machine interview. You can leave us comments on Twitter, Instagram, and if you like what we're doing here, drop us a couple of bucks on Patreon. All the links are in the description below.